Can we have the roll call, please?
Commissioner Cardoza?
Here.
Commissioner Donaldson?
Here.
Commissioner Gunkel?
Here.
Commissioner Keller?
Here.
Commissioner Coomerly?
Here.
Vice Chair Tan?
Here.
Chair Moss?
Here.
All 7 commissioners are present.
All right, so we'll move on to public comment. This is a time for public comment for items that are not on our agenda tonight. So if anyone would like to speak on anything that is not on the agenda, please come forward. All right. Did you? Yeah, for items that are on the agenda, there'll be a time to speak on each of those items. All right, so seeing none, we'll move on to the action recap. Does anyone have any comments on the minutes?
To recuse myself from it's not here.
I move approval.
Second.
Anyone opposed? All right, approved with 1 abstention.
2, I believe.
Two abstentions, okay. All right, the next item is the director's report.
All right. Well, first, with regard to what the City Council has done since your last meeting, of course, they had a meeting on May 2nd, which was a joint meeting with you, and we'll be talking about that a little more later tonight during the study session. They had 2 regular meetings on May 5th and May 19th. On May 5th, the council introduced the minimum wage ordinance, which for small businesses defined as 55 employees or less will set the wage at $12.25 per hour, and for large businesses at $14.44 per hour effective July 1st. These will be on parallel escalating scales that will converge at approximately $16 in 2019. The ordinance came back for a second reading on May 19th, but some minor changes needed to be made, so the ordinance was modified and then reintroduced on first reading. Therefore, it will come back for final passage at their next regular meeting on June 2nd, and it will then take effect 30 days after that, which will be on July 2nd rather than July 1st. In addition, on May 5th, the council considered residential protections and services. This is not directly related to the commission's purview, but I thought you might be interested. They gave direction to prepare a just cause eviction and harassment ordinance and to contract for additional low and moderate income services, and they referred the matter to the Housing Committee to work out the details. On May 19th, in addition to the first reading of the minimum wage ordinance, the council held a study session on the PBID, the property-based improvement district that funds the Emeryville round. The plan is to mail ballots to property owners in June for a 45-day balloting period. Ballots will then be counted at a special city council meeting on August 4th. And if it is successful, the council will then hold a public hearing and consider whether to form the assessment district, which would then be forwarded to Alameda County for recordation and assessment. The council, as you probably know, doesn't normally meet in August, but they will be holding a special meeting on August 4th just to consider the PBID. And on May 19th, the council adopted the family-friendly design guidelines, the amendment to the design guidelines, with including the modifications that the commission made, of course, at your meeting in April. So the new family-friendly design guidelines are now in effect, although at present, of course, they only apply to projects that are seeking bonus points or are city-sponsored, but that is presumably soon to change. In other news, I, along with Chair Moss, attended the American Planning Association National Planning Conference last month up in Seattle. And it was very, very interesting conference, as always. There is a summary of it in the April progress report, which was recently distributed to all of you. So presumably you've seen that. And if you want any further details or have any questions about the conference, feel free to ask me about it. On May 14th, a couple of weeks ago, we had Bike to Work Day. It's still Bike to Work Month, of course, for the entire month of May, but May 14th was Bike to Work Day. There was a community bike ride held from City Hall to all of the Energizer stations in Emeryville with a small but dedicated group of cyclists, including Councilmember Martinez. Finally, I just want to remind you that the City Council will be holding interviews for Planning Commission hopefuls on June 16th, and that includes incumbents who wish to be reappointed. This is for the 2 scheduled vacancies, which are Chair Moss and Vice Chair Tan, and the 1 unscheduled vacancy, Commissioner Coomerly. Applications are due by June 1st, and the appointments are expected to be made by the City Council on June 16th after the interviews. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. That concludes my report.
All right. If there are no questions, then we will move on to disclosure of conflicts of interest and ex parte communications. Are there any disclosures?
No disclosures to make, but I have to recuse myself on the public market item for proximity and a perceived conflict of interest.
Thanks. All right, so just a show of hands in the audience. Who's here for the Marketplace redevelopment Parcel C tonight? And who's here for the study session on the incentives and multi-unit? Okay. All right. That's kind of what I anticipated. So we're going to go ahead and switch the 2 items and take the public hearing for the Marketplace redevelopment project first, and hopefully that will go a little quicker, and then it'll give us an opportunity to spend a little more time on the study session. So with that, we will take the public hearing for the Marketplace redevelopment project Parcel C. Can we have the staff report, please?
Good evening, Chair Moss and Council Planning Commission members. We are here to consider a final development plan for Parcel C, which is part of the Marketplace redevelopment project. This is an outline of the staff presentation. I'll give you a little bit of a background, followed by the project proposal and the modifications that they've made from the past study sessions. We'll talk a little bit about the transportation assessment study that was done for this project, and then design analysis will be done by our staff architect, Arnold Marmarella. I'll show you some photo simulations, and then I'll walk you through the conformity of general plan and consistency with the PUD, the findings that you need to make in order to approve this proposal. Briefly about the environmental review, and then my recommendation. So we are looking at this Marketplace FTB as the build-out. We're only talking about Parcel C, which is circled in blue. Now, the Commission has had a couple of study sessions on Parcel C, and this had always been linked with the realignment of Shellmount Street. The proposal for you today is approval of Parcel C only. The Shellmount realignment, as well as construction of other streets, 62nd and 63rd and Market Drive, will come forward in August along with the tentative map. The tentative map kind of reconfigures the existing parcels for the Marketplace into the parcels that you see in terms of A, B, C, D, and E, and F. And that also includes all the street realignments and construction of new streets. And the reason we've pulled the Shellmount Street out of the Parcel C is that the tentative map requires a lot of details regarding, among other things, underground utilities, and that level of information is not there for the Public Works Director to be in a position to make a recommendation for approval of the realignment of the street, and that is why the Shellmount realignment has been taken away from this FTP. So what you're looking at is basically the building only, and all the streets surrounding it will come before you in August of 27th. So that's when issues regarding access easements, the width of the streets, the sidewalk widths, all those details will come at that time. So the current proposal is for a 30,000 square foot grocery store and 66 residential units wrapped around it. And the breakdown of the unit mix is in front of you. Just to note that among the 33 two-bedroom units, that 13 of them are townhouses, and 2 of the 5 three-bedroom unit are also townhouses. So this is the basic rendering. As you can see, it's not changed substantially from the last study session, and we'll go more into the details with that. So what has changed? The unit count and mix has been revised so that the count of 2 and 3 bedrooms has been increased to 57.6%. The curved facade has been reinstated, and then the parking and the loading access door are revised to match the overall openings and window character. Locations of vehicle and bicycle parking for residents and customers have been clarified. The southwest corner has been revised to include a townhouse instead of a commercial or the building amenity, and the massing has changed from stucco to brick. There were a number of staff recommendations regarding design at the last study session, and those have been incorporated, and you'll hear more about that from Arnold. There was a reference to an acoustical report at the last study session, which has now been submitted, and that report included that if a certain type of rated windows were used, that would help to mitigate the delivery truck noise for the residents in building C as well as in building D. So going through the ground floor plan, so the things in red are the ones that have changed. So this is where the facade has changed. So the entry has moved, and this is the southwest corner, which is now a townhouse unit. The townhouses are aligned along Market Drive and 63rd. This has not changed. As you go on the second floor, you see the second level of the townhouses and the grocery store, which is open to above. On the third floor, you have, that's where the units begin, and you have parking. The third floor plan is where the shoppers of the grocery store will be parking. There is here bike parking for the shoppers. Going up to the fourth plan, more commercial parking, and here in 2 locations you will have employee bike spaces. And as you will note, this is next to the elevator, and this is next to the stairs. On the fifth, the last 2 levels, you have residential parking, and all these, the B are the bicycle parkings. And bicycle parkings are basically 166. 86 of them are in a secure facility, and the remaining 80 are at the ground floor, along with the parking. And this is the roof floor plan, which will accommodate additional residential parking and will also accommodate the amenities for the residents, which they have revised further, but the basic plan has remained unchanged. There is bocce ball court, some planters for vegetable gardens, barbecue areas, and seating arrangements. As before, the construction of this building will occur in 2 phases. First, the grocery store will be built, and then it will be followed by the residential that wraps around it. So in the meantime, this would be used as a temporary parking lot. And this would be the elevation during the phase 1. And during the interim period, they are proposing a mural scrim. They do not, at this point, have a mural script to present to you, but this will be coming to you. It's become a condition of approval. This mural will come to you at, I believe it's slated for the July Planning Commission hearing, and that is the time when you will be approving the script. And the condition of approval states that the building permit for the grocery store will not be issued till the mural has been approved by the Planning Commission.
All right. On that prior elevation, will those spaces be showing through temporarily, or will it be a solid wall?
This will be a solid wall, and these...
Because that elevation showed slots.
Yeah. So this is the circulation plan. What you see not too much has changed, just a few things clarified in terms of where loading will occur. And to make sense of all this, this was analyzed by Fair and Pierce, and Catherine is here to answer any questions that you may have. And she looked at that and had a number of recommendations. And so let's go through what she looked at. First, she assessed the current trip generation and traffic volumes of the proposed project in terms of the overall PUD and PDP approval to see if the baseline conditions have substantially changed. Then she also looked at the overall marketplace site circulation, loading and parking at build-out, as well as during different phases of construction. And then in analyzing that, she has come with a number of recommendations which are included in the traffic report attached to your staff report. And the ones which pertain to other parcels, like parcels B, D, and A, they will be included in the FTPs that come before you for approval. The conditions regarding circulation and loading which pertain to parcel C have been included in the condition of approval that are attached to the staff report. And just to give you an idea of the kind of conditions that we are looking at, is one is pertaining to the discouraging large delivery trucks from using Christie Avenue, directing all exiting delivery trucks to 64th Street, establishing a mechanism to coordinate with delivery vehicle drivers to alert them of potential delays if there is a backup in the loading dock area, and adjusting delivery schedule as needed if conflicts occur. So the conditions kind of outline at different stages. A, they need to give us a plan, and then if something goes wrong, they have to develop a mechanism where any conflicts that occur have been rectified. Other things also include things like installing an LED parking available sign to indicate whether there is parking available in the garage or not, so that you don't have cars roaming around, circling within the garage looking for parking. She also has specific recommendations regarding internal circulation, and I'm not going to go through all of them. They were attached to your report, and if you have any questions or you need more information regarding that, Catherine would be happy to answer that. Regarding parking, she assessed the parking as well with the original PUD as well as with our current regulations, and parking for both the grocery, for resident, and for overall commercial are adequate in terms of what they have proposed. What has not been included, and which is now a condition of approval, is inclusion of 17 resident guest parking spaces, which is included in our code, and they need to show that in their building permit plans. And this can be shared with commercial spaces. So this, now we move on to the design analysis, and I'm going to ask Arnold to come and talk to you about that. And he is going to take you through the design as well as a few things that he has identified in terms of what additional work that is needed. So with that, Arnold. Yeah, go down the...
Good evening. Nice to see you this evening. I want to just first acknowledge the design team that's worked on this project and the project developer. I've reviewed a lot of projects in my time, and they've been really good to work with, and they put a lot of effort into this really complex project. So I just want to acknowledge their work. And so the first slide up, is to remind me to do that, as well as to kind of just say that a lot of this project seems to have come together very well, and this is the elevation, of course, as you come down Shell Mound, looking at the entry into the grocery store with the curved corner that's come back into the design. So in general, the elevations that are on the side of the grocery store have really developed well, and there's no additional comments that staff has about how they might need to be enhanced or changed post-approval. This is the other elevation adjacent to the park, and this one, you see the brick is returned to that corner, and I'm really kind of looking at this one just to draw your attention to the upper right-hand corner where there's the pergola that wraps around the corner of the upper unit. And then I want to kind of go to the next one. Whoops, the wrong way, sorry. How am I? Oh, we're missing one.
Oh.
Well, let me see if it's here somewhere.
The direction.
It's not here. So the one I wanted to look at was the rendering that showed all of the units that line up on 63rd Street, and how that facade has a nice rhythm and a very nice massing to it, and is very ordered and well composed. But I wanted to draw your attention to two things on that drawing. I think that's AC303. And on that drawing, the two things I wanted to draw your attention to was the entries into the townhomes, and then the pergolas up at the top. And the pergola is kind of like a crowning feature, those trellis ideas. And I wanted to sort of talk a little bit about those. So let me see if I can go to here. So here you also see them in, as they will look in this enlarged elevation up in the upper left-hand corner. You see where it is shown on those upper units, kind of in between the brick sections. And then in the upper right corner of this drawing, you see how the vertical post is aligned with the building wall, and then the members of the trellis project out a little bit. So the next one should show that in more detail. So you see the drawing on the lower right side, which shows a kind of a gridded kind of pattern to the trellis, and then you see the detail. Detail number 2 shows kind of a side view, how it projects out from the wall, and then detail number 3 up at the top shows kind of how it looks at the front. And so on these, I think what we want to do is kind of do a little more work looking at these. The rendering that shows the 63rd Street side shows these fairly dense and developed, and then I think here they're getting a very light. The C-section trellises up top are fairly light and have that kind of maybe unusual C shape that don't quite have the density of that rendering. And then on the side by the park, of course, that trellis really, it looks like it hasn't been figured out yet. That trellis seems to have a slightly different design, but we don't have the details for that. So what we'd like to go back and do is look at these a little closer and like bring up the level of the density of those, so they really have a strong crowning feature. So that dimensionally they're a little bit larger and a little bit stronger than is shown on these drawings. So that's one of the goals. The second thing that we want to talk about is the entrances into the townhome units. And you can see by some of the elevations here, or little renderings, we have on the upper left and the lower right, there's some perspective showing the stoops, and they show some of the canopies too. And our general impression is that the stoops don't provide a strong enough transition area. We haven't had a landscape plan yet to show what's going in there, but the suggestion from the renderings is not really strong vertical landscape elements. The stoops are pretty low and open. So what we'd like to see is some development there, so that they provide a stronger transition, a little more privacy for the units, and we can work with the design team of what that might look like, whether it's more robust landscaping, or maybe a railing, like the lower right of the drawing shows a railing over the low stoop that provides some sort of sense of transition. But overall, a little more development of those areas at the stoop, and as well as at the canopies above the stoop. There seem to be a little tacked on, and maybe they could be a little stronger. And then also at the entry doors, you'll notice the entry door in the lower right corner of this page, it shows an image of an entry door that has kind of like a long glass, and the color just kind of stands out from the other colors. But in the design here, let me see if I can find the right drawing here. In the design here, right now, the entry doors look a little utilitarian with this smaller vertical slot, and they kind of blend in. And they also, they sort of don't quite fit in the grid yet, because the grid on the plan has like three segments of door and then two window segments, but here there's like 4 in the elevation, and the doors sort of kind of not quite fitting yet. So I think there could be a little more that we could do there to sort of make the entries to these units a lot stronger and a little more dynamic. So those are the areas that we want to work with on the building side, just really refining some of those key things. On the units, main thing I want to say is this project really benefits from a lot of diversity in units. There's 66 units, but there's a lot of different configurations, and we think that that's a positive step. So we have a lot of different unit configurations. Some only have 1 or 2 or 3 units in actually that configuration. The townhomes, one thing that the townhomes benefit from is they're fairly large. They're fairly large units, and so that provides ample space to configure furniture and things of that nature. So you can see this is the townhome 1, which is, I just showed this one because there's the most of these. And you notice on this one, there's an entry off to the side. There's enough room for living and dining room furniture. Upstairs, they have a whole, like a little loft area that the families can use really however they want, for study area or for a little TV area or for play area for kids. So these work out really well, and they include a full laundry room on upstairs. So they're generally working pretty well. They're very deep units, which is kind of a negative sometimes, but they have very large windows, so that should help get some light into them, especially since some of them are on the north side. So the townhome units we don't have much common on. The sort of the one-level units, this set of units, what we want to do is we want to go back and speak with the design team about what some of the intentions are and how they're going to meet a couple of the ideas for the family-friendly. The 2 main ideas that I want to point your attention to is entry into the units being by the kitchen, and then there's some little study alcoves and study nooks. So on the entries into the units, like on the 2B, the upper left-hand corner, you see it says optional sort of enclosure. So I think what's happening here is they're trying to sort of meet that part of the guidelines, but it's sort of not clarified what they really intend to do yet. And we would like to see how the entries can be a little more defined, and also a decision made on how they are rather than just an optional. So we would like to get some more definition to those entries, and to make them not so much looking right into the kitchen. Whether that means the bathroom moves or just the entry gets reshaped a little, that's something we would want to work with them on. The other area to work with them on is these little niches and study nooks. So kind of great ideas, but the concern that we have is they're not shown to have built-in improvements. So if they're just little niches in the walls, the question is, how will people really use them? As renters, they won't have the ability to actually build in furniture and things like that. So will they really fit a desk? They're only 18 inches deep, or they're a little pocket. So right now they're showing that as really like it's built in with a little desk, but in reality there's no real way to know that that's going to happen, and it would really be up to the owner. So we think maybe those need to be relooked at. Either they're built in or something else happens there, that they don't end up being just these odd little cavities in walls and things like that. And the one all the way to the right-hand side, next to the dining room, that is a bigger space on unit 2D. There's several of those in the plans, and those also, what's really the best use of that space? So we would like to explore that a little more with them, and not end up with a leftover space that really doesn't serve a real purpose. The other units, or 2 bedrooms, have some similar issues. Overall, the units kind of lay out pretty well. Some of them are a little small on the living area, like this 2I is, and then of course up top this 2J and 2K. But overall, for the most part, the units lay out fairly well, and they have some positive amenities to them. Lastly, the 3 bedrooms, just wanted to acknowledge that they're fairly large units. They do many of the things, the entry, the hallways, really a nice area for dining and living. The bedrooms sort of away from the living area. So there's not a lot of 3 bedrooms, but the ones that they have work pretty well. So I believe that's it for what I was going to say, mainly just some refinements onto the units and some of the project details.
And just to note, we do have conditions of approval recommended to address all of these points.
Okay, so now it's the fun part of the whole project, before and after pictures. So these are the various locations from which the photo simulations were taken. So this is a view from Powell Street as it exists today. And this is after. This is again view from Powell Street Bridge, and this is after. This shows that the road has been realigned, and the parcel that you see would be where the garage would go.
That's actually from the pedestrian bridge.
Yeah.
Right.
You're right. Sorry. This is the view north from Shelmount Street, and that's in the background. This is from south. Of course, you see that the UA theaters would be replaced, but it gives you a better idea of what it would look if when it first goes up. This is from Christie Avenue, and this is how it would look after the proposal is built. This is across the railway tracks, and there you see your building. Now, going on to the conformity with the general plan and consistency with the approved PUD/PDP. The general plan designation is mixed use with residential, where residential and retail uses are permitted, and therefore the project is in compliance. The PUD findings: in order to approve this FTP, you need to make 2 findings. One, that this FTP substantially conforms to the PDP, and 2, that the changes and conditions of approval in the original PDP have been met. We believe that it does, and the approved PUD/PDP identified 86 units and 5,000 square feet of retail up to 85 feet on parcel C, and the proposal consists of 66 units and 30,000 square feet up to 64 feet. However, if you want to see it in terms of the overall PUD, this is the difference. The approved PUD/PDP and compared to the proposed overall PUD, and you have been seeing study sessions for different parcels. So in a sense, the proposal is smaller, both in terms of office as well as retail, and the residential is more or less pretty similar to the originally that was approved. The intent of the original approval was to replace surface parking lots and create a mixed development over a 25-year period. And the revised proposal that you have is to create a slightly smaller mixed-use development that does replace the existing parking lots with a few less units, less retail space, and no office space, no new office space, and within a much shorter time frame. Staff also believes that the FTP is consistent with the conditions of approval of the Marketplace PDP as approved by the City Council. In terms of environmental review, the EIR that was approved and certified by the City Council applies to this FTP. An environmental checklist was attached to the staff report, which confirms that there have been no substantial changes in the proposed project or to the circumstances under which the project will be undertaken, and that no new information of substantial importance exists which would require preparation of a subsequent EIR. Before I conclude my presentation, I would like to direct your attention to a memo which is in front of you. There's nothing substantial in changes in the conditions of approval. It's more, some of them are little edits, some of them are clarifying in terms of, what will occur before when. So if you have questions, I will be happy to answer. Also, it includes some fee charts. The applicant wanted to have separate fee charts for the grocery store. These are the building permit fee charts, and separate them out between the grocery and the residential components. So that's why they are there, and we wanted to keep that in the record. Commissioner Tan had sent us some comments. The only thing I would like to kind of direct her attention is that you mentioned regarding ADA parking spaces.
I see it now on the larger plan.
Right, and in any case, those ADA parking requirements get kind of sorted out at the building code stage. So sometimes some adjustments need to be made, but the building code requires that the ADA compliance occurs.
I'd just like to note that Commissioner Tan gave us comments on both agenda items. She's going to have to leave about halfway through the meeting, I believe. So it was unclear which item was going to go first, so she gave us comments on both. But since she's here, we don't really need her written comments on this item, I don't think. But I also have her written comments on the study session, which I will give you at that time.
So that concludes my presentation. Staff is recommending that the Commission approve the project subject to the conditions of approval in the staff report, including the modifications in the memo presented. The applicant is here for their presentation. In terms of staff, you've heard from Arnold. If you have more questions from him, we also have Catherine from Fair and Pierce. We also have Public Works Director here in case there are issues regarding streets or any other things. So do you have questions, or would you like to hear the applicant?
I have a question about our purview in terms of the phasing, because when we approved the Christie Avenue Park a year ago, that was put in an early phase before most of this other building was happening. And when we looked at the plan last in March, it was still in an early phase, and now it seems to have been bumped to the end of the process. And I'm wondering.
So in terms of phasing, as I mentioned, when it comes in, when the tentative map comes in August, the phasing will be dealt with at that time, and that is the time when you would have an opportunity to give comments. It has been changing, and it has still not been nailed down, which is one of the reasons why why the street has been taken out. So that would be your time to sort of give your comments. And just to why the park has kind of moved back, the main reason is to account for the parking during construction, because where the new park is going to go, it's a parking lot. And that kind of gives parking to uses that are existing while construction occurs at different surface parking lots. But you can also ask the applicant more in terms of why the park was pushed to the back.
So I have another question about phasing. What's the timing anticipated for the construction of the grocery store versus the wraparound residential units?
The gap in terms of time, I believe it's about a year plus. Year and a half in terms of when the construction begins of the residential component.
The applicant wants to respond to that.
Okay.
We can do this part of our presentation or respond now.
You can just do it in your presentation, that's fine. Any other questions for staff? Great, thanks, Maru.
Bring up this and drive. Good evening. My name is Mark Steffen. I'm with City Center Realty Partners, the developer of Public Marketplace. And first of all, I'd like to thank the commission and staff for working with us on this project over the last couple of years. It's been a positive process, and I think it's helped us to create a better project. We heard from Maru and Arnold to give you a overview of the changes we've made in response to your comments. We are now going to go into a little more detail and show you how we've responded, and we think we've met your concerns. Before we get into that, there were a few questions that were brought up by the commission I'd like to address. First of all, with regard to the timing of the park. Where the park is right now, there's maybe somewhere around 50 parking spaces. And what we need to do is get the grocery store and the parking built above the grocery store, and that'll provide us with 300 spaces. And once we get that built, then the park will get constructed. But the planning right now is to have the park finished prior to the TCO for the grocery store or any of the residential. So the plan is that the grocery store would start construction in probably March of next year, which is about how long it's going to take us to get the plans done and get a permit. So as soon as we get the plans done and a permit, we're going to start. That construction will take about a year. And once that construction is done for just the shell and core, we can utilize the parking, and then we would start the park. And so the park is going to take 6 to 7 months to do. So the park would be finished before the grocery store opens for business, and it would be finished before any of the TCOs are issued for any of the multifamily. But parking, that's the reason, just to accommodate the parking. And then relative to the timing of the multifamily, when that would get constructed relative to the completion of the grocery store, our plan is to start that construction as soon as the shell and core of the grocery store are complete. We need that wall to be up, and then we could start the residential. So that's what our plan is, and barring any severe economic downturn, that's what's going to happen. We have provided for a scrim in case we were to suffer an economic downturn. We'll have plenty of dollars invested, so it's in our best interest to start this residential as soon as possible. But what we've designed, and we'll show you tonight as we go through our presentation, is a scrim that basically is a picture representation of what the residential will look like. So it'll be attached to the north side and the west side of the building if we have to do that, if we haven't started the residential, and it would be representative of what's going to get built. And that's the intention. But you'll see that in more detail when we go through our presentation. And let's see.
Excuse me,
yeah.
Will all levels of parking be built in the first phase?
Excuse me?
All levels of parking?
All levels of parking on Parcel C will be built in the first phase. So that'll be as part of the 1 year roughly construction period to build the shell and core for the grocery store as well as the parking structure, about 300 spaces. So I'd now, unless there are any questions right now, I'd like to ask our architect, Aaron Ashley, to come up and talk about some of the ways we've responded to your concerns and questions.
Thanks. I know we've all looked at this a bunch, and so I don't want to belabor it any more than to just kind of highlight a few areas where we've listened to you and really thought about your comments over the last, 18 months or so. And I think where we've ended up is a really terrific project. So just as a reminder, Parcel C is toned here in red today, and it represents a pretty significant portion of the existing parking lot today. And then, the whole idea is that this is the first piece of this really great new district of Emeryville, and the relocation to Shellmound is a kind of a two-sided retail with this great capstone at the north end and this grocery store. And over the last year and a half or so, we've talked with you about what's the character of this place, whether it's the renovation of the public market, which is deep in the weeds right now, but soon to look much like this image on the lower right, or whether it's the building on Parcel C we're talking about today in the upper right. The idea is that along the way we establish a common aesthetic. And as we said last time we saw you in March, we really see this grocery store not only as kind of the perfect neighborhood fit that makes this part of Emeryville really attractive to families, this and a park. What else do you need? And but it's a catalyst. It's the thing that all the other retailers are looking to as a kind of the bell cow, so to speak. So getting this in place, having this as the anchor, really is the backdrop of a successful, vibrant shopping district. And so, as a catalyst, it's the linchpin to being able to complete the balance of the site over a short time period. And I've got a schedule here in the back that speaks to how all the parcels are currently envisioned to come online. So I said 18 months. So we did come before you with a very different idea for a grocery store. It was maybe a more low profile. It was a one-story grocery store with parking on the roof in December. And there was a lot of feedback from you all and others about, how do we make this a more urban facility that feels more like this district that we imagine in the heart of Emeryville. And this January, of course, we were talking about the street and the building. There were a lot of positive comments and a lot of suggestions for improvement, whether it was the look of the parking facade and the kind of, how do you design a parking garage that doesn't look like a parking garage? And so we really spent a lot of time thinking about that, and we came back to you with some ideas in March, and it seemed like we made some good steps and some bad steps. So some of the recommendations was go back to the curved facade at the southeast corner as a really nice anchor to the end of Shell Mount. Show us more about 62nd Street Plaza and what you really mean for this space, because we've talked about a lot of kind of character and lifestyle attributes. We just hadn't demonstrated it. Be clearer about vehicular and bicycle parking and circulation. We had some brick. We took it away. You asked us to bring it back. We did. Although Arnold's pointed out there's still some room for improvement, we did spend some time thinking about the architectural elements, which clearly play a big role in the image on the lower right. And then, the deliveries and the delivery schedule, we further clarified to make certain that it's most accommodating. So in terms of returning the curved facade, this we thought this does create a great anchor statement at the end of Shell Mount. It's going to have a nice piece of signage. We've introduced some glazing here as a way of kind of anchoring your sight lines. Big open retail. Again, it's almost a 25-foot floor to floor. So you think of a very high profile grocery store. As a component of this, we had to shift some circulation around, and it seems minimal, but it ended up costing a lot of drawing time. But I think the ultimate solution is one that creates much better connectivity from the parking, the commercial parking, to the plaza and ultimately into the alley and into the public market. One question was, tell us more about 62nd Street Plaza. And so we've looked at a modular paver. We don't love the colors that are out there, and we looked at a kind of a modeled arrangement of 4 warmer tones so that they kind of mask any oil or grease stains or anything that might happen, but really creates this great single surface. So like European Plaza, there's no step down to the street. Everything's flush all the way across. These gray stripes here are those tactile pavers that warn people that they're entering into traffic. The idea is that it's open at select times, and when it's open, it provides loading spaces for the grocery store or for the office building, which as part of the Shell Mount realignment, there's just less parking for this big office tower. And we've clarified pieces of that, which include the green roof structure at the entry to the grocery store, and how we're using a mix of in-grade and kind of boxed planters and trees. Vehicular and bicycle parking. So there was definitely some notes from the Fair and Peers report, which we acknowledge and are, I think, relatively minor things to pick up as this gets further along into drawings. One big comment we heard from you all was to cover the parking on the rooftop, and so we've introduced a continuous trellis system to that effect. The bicycle parking on lower floors was reorganized and prioritized to make certain that shoppers and employees were parking their bikes proximate to elevators. And then just as a note, that 186 space bicycle parking for the residential is indoors. As Arnold pointed out, we went back to brick here, and after testing the waters of retail, realized that a stronger solution for the project was to allow the grocery store to stand alone as the anchor at the end of the alley and to convert this corner to townhouses. And it creates an opportunity for a couple of great family-friendly townhouses right off the park. We did do some things to the stoops to help them. So if you recall, the stairs used to be here, and the entire stoop was really a staircase. And in deference to some comments from you all and Arnold, we reorganized it to give a little seating area or a little barbecue area. And admittedly, I think this could be enriched a little bit further. Further up the building, recognizing that this is still, early in a design process, although, we're trying to make real commitments to what this building will look and feel like. We've found a language that we think is consistent for additive elements, whether they're trellises or balconies, and we started to articulate that, and clearly when we get through working drawings, that'll have more detail. Lastly, the delivery schedule. So between the recommendations from acousticians around town on how to best mitigate that with the building design, the realities of the times a day that this would happen, so we've, at staff and Commission's recommendation, really limited this to 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. and you can see that the majority of deliveries are really happening in that 7 to 11. So we think it's not waking people up in the middle of the night. It's part of an active urban district, and we've made amendments to the streetscape, eliminated a bulb out here and a bulb out here, which are kind of minor trade-offs to get the ability to move trucks and vehicles in easily. So, lastly, this is on the building design. This is just a refresher on what the building looks like, and it's a plus or minus 30,000 foot grocery store where their staff areas are organized on the east side with windows and glazing and looking out over our landscaped area, and the real in and out that affects customers and guests. The main address is on Shell Mount, and the secondary address is on 62nd Street, really capping that alley. Upper floors are all very typical, as Arnold pointed out. 3 bedrooms get the priority of corners. Family-friendly units always overlook the park, with a couple exceptions, but they're overlooking a very quiet residential street in 63rd Street. And the mix, as you've seen, again, you can kind of see in the hatch where the family-friendly units have been prioritized along that park frontage, really enhancing that connectivity. We designed a variety of units. Maybe it was an interesting process because as you all were evolving your family-friendly guidelines, we were evolving our plans right along behind it. And as Arnold points out, there's certainly some room for improvement on a couple, but I think, if you think at the scale we're operating and the number of decisions that were made, by and large, we feel like we're consistent with the guidelines. In fact, it looked like some of the plans in the guidelines were just borrowed from us, so we're happy to donate. But nevertheless, it feels like we're consistent. In terms of elevations, you've seen the material board that we passed around. We really wanted to come up with a color palette that made sense and was consistent with the other design ideas in the larger marketplace project. We always said we wanted to use real brick. This is the real brick that we think. We actually spent an afternoon walking around the market hall, all 4 sides of the marketplace, which is a hodgepodge of different brick from different eras, and we picked a brick that really kind of fit with that character and had the right color tones and the right amount of age. And so the balance of plaster, steel windows, aluminum windows, metal trellises, and brick, we really think harmonizes and speaks to Emeryville. And on the grocery facade, it's a lot more metal and plaster, but consistent with, at least, our office is right next door to this building in San Francisco, and we really feel like there's a lot of consistencies from where we work and this district in Emeryville, and a lot of good connectivity. And so in an image like this, you get a good sense of the way we're using 3 similar color tones to communicate depth and give a little bit more variety without being schizophrenic. In terms of schedule, so as Mark alluded to, we would intend to get Shell Mountain Street going right away, and it's always a challenge to sort of reconcile approvals and construction timelines, and you're sometimes beholden to folks like East Bay Mud that work on different timelines, or PG&E. And the idea is to build the core and shell of the grocery store and then hand it over for a fit out. Over that course of time, we can deliver Christie Park so that the two come online together, and they would all be delivered in advance of any of the multifamily units. The intent is that, you got to keep in mind, we did a silly schedule here where these are sometimes 1 month and sometimes 6 months. So the idea is that, I don't know. Gwen. The idea is that 1 month, give us a little time to mobilize. After the completion of the core building, we'd start on the multifamily, and there really are two independent structures that share a wall. And so as a backup plan, as a hip pocket in case something bad happens, we'd love to have a little temporary parking and a scrim that is a suggestion of what's coming. And so we had provided these in the package. This is a rendering without the residential building, and you see that we've investigated a series of scrim options, and these are really high quality screen printed outdoor quality things. They have a fixed lifespan, but the idea is that they help get us through in need, and it'd be affixed to the building. And so our proposal is that you'd actually have a kind of what's coming for the duration until construction starts.
Yeah, and what's key here is that we have every intention of building that multifamily. There's a lot of value to it, and so there's really no incentive for us not to build it unless we had another great recession.
Which we hope we don't. And so, in a sense, what this looks like from the park is very similar to the view when the residential is complete. So that's all we had. We're happy to ask questions. I know you've all seen this a number of times, and probably even that was more than you needed, but we wanted to just go through it once.
I noticed you do have openings in the parking structure wall.
Yeah. That's...
You'll have to fill them in when you build the building, though, won't you? When you build the apartments?
No, those will...
Yeah. If the residential lags, it would be nice to have openings, and they'd be masked by the scrim, of course, but to get some airflow. The reality is that if it's in fact right on the heels, you'd do the wall solid and use it for shear and allow yourself the flexibility. But you can certainly always infill those openings with block.
Any other questions?
Great.
What is,
thank you.
Actually, now that we have this picture up here, what is behind this large bit of glazing at the above the at the curved wall there?
Just parking.
That's just the parking. Will you be able to see the cars through?
Well, there's a wall, like a knee wall behind it, so you wouldn't see the hood of the car. But the idea is that you won't see. There's a little reflection to glazing, so you kind of see more reflection.
More reflection.
Yeah.
Okay.
Frosted glass, then, basically. So.
We had not thought frosted glass, just kind of clear glass with some reflectivity. If you drive past the new MacArthur garage from the freeway, and you look straight at it, you see right through the mesh because you see kind of straight on. Mm-hmm. And so understanding that this is the one part of the garage that you really all see as you drive, we wanted something in there to buffer views that didn't make it a design object. It really just kind of kept it from being a distraction.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I missed it. The green canopy, I didn't really see a detail for that. Is that all steel?
It's all steel. It showed up in our building sections, and the photo that Arnold showed, which I don't have in my set, was in. Are you saying this canopy?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it shows up a little bit in building specs, but it's a similar language of kind of exposed C channel perimeter, kind of exposed bolts on a 6x6 steel post with a green roof look. And this has become a kind of a trademark of the grocer we're talking to, that they have this kind of aesthetic with the green roof at their entries. And it's candidly helping us out a little bit with our C3.
Any other questions? Great, thank you.
Wait, to be clear, I'm just, so the glazing for that space we're just talking about, would be of a color or something so you would not see the cars? Is that? I don't know if we want to see a bunch of cars as the main.
I think the intention, though, is that it's not going to be shade on it or film on it. It would be clear glass, but because the cars are set back from the front, because you have the knee wall and the way the light works, there's sort of natural reflectivity off of that. You're not going to see in. It'll be
Yeah, and at nighttime, we're obligated by the Emeryville code that, light fixtures are shielded, so you're not seeing that, but I bet I have in the plan.
Well, wait, right at that corner, though, isn't there bike parking on all of the levels?
There is. So I was just flipping to that. So you can see there's a, I don't know what that is, 12 feet back. So you'd be real hard pressed at the elevation you'd ever be to see.
Okay. Is that on all levels or?
That's each level.
Okay. Cool.
Thank you.
All right, so with that, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing on this item. So if anyone would like to speak, please come forward.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Rod Henme. I'm an architect resident that lives on Christie Avenue, almost across the street. I'm pleased by what I consider to be improvements in the project from the earlier phases, and I am in support of the project. The comment on the glass at the corner, since you brought it up, I would suggest that it should be translucent because my concern would not be seeing cars or bikes, but be seeing the lights on the ceiling, unless those are high quality lights that one usually in parking garages, the lights are not such high quality. So that would be my concern about that. But my biggest concern is about the phasing of the housing. And I would suggest that perhaps a condition of approval could be put in that the housing be started within a time period unless there is some kind of economic downturn. So maybe the economic downturn could be even defined, such as market rate, some kind of term that would be defined, because right now to me it sounds very vague, and I'm a little concerned when I see drawings that show openings in a garage, that if they're saying that it's going to be started right away, why would the openings even be considered, and aspects like that. So I would hope there could be some kind of term that would be provided such that it would be a requirement to actually build the housing within a certain time period. Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening, Commissioners. Chair Moss. Stephen Keller, Pacific Park Plaza resident, and I was going to give you guys a break and not come up and speak tonight, but I wanted to speak to a couple of things. One more directly to Chair Moss, because I know he's very passionate about the entrance of the townhouses from the garage, and I'd like to ask that you don't predicate your approval or disapproval of the project on that one thing. There are only 15 townhouses that would be entering through the garage. And what I'm seeing with the new Emmy apartments is I'm seeing quite a few people who live on the street that are actually putting furniture on their stoops, that are coming out of the building, not through the garages, to walk their dogs. And I think once these townhouses are built along that park and the dog park is there, we're going to see a lot of face activity of that. And I think people will be using the garage entrance more for foul weather or coming home with groceries or late at night and stuff like that. So I hope that with a project this stellar that we don't consider that such a linchpin. And then additionally, from the conversations I've had with my fellow residents and even some patrons at the public market and the vendors that are left in the public market, everyone is really excited about this project, and we really like to see it go forward as soon as possible. So thank you.
Maybe.
Hello, my name is Crystal Wu. I live on Christie and 64th. I was wondering if the commissioners have done studies on public transportation, because I noticed there's already thousands of rental units within the same block, and with more people moving into the area. Currently, the Transbay buses, the J bus and the F bus are already overcrowded. There's not standing room, during commuter hours, and it's kind of dangerous for residents to go across the Bay Bridge, on a stop-and-go traffic in the morning. So I don't know if, in conjunction with these projects, like the city has done study on public transportation. So, just a question.
I neglected to mention this earlier, but we'd like to request each speaker to sign in on the clipboard over there after you've spoken. So if all the people who spoke at some point could go over and sign the sign-in sheet, we'd appreciate it.
Does would staff care to address the question about
what?
Public transportation? From the speaker, I mean, how that sort of might tie into the traffic study and maybe the public transportation amenities that have been provided.
You're prepared to give a response.
Well, I'm happy
about this. Well, not this particular building, but certainly the buildings that will be coming later in the project along Shellmount Street will be providing improved bus stop amenities, especially at the transit center. There will be a bus stop that will be the west side of the transit center that will connect via pedestrian bridge over the railroad to the Amtrak station. I don't know that this project really can do much about the overcrowding on the Transbay buses. I hadn't heard that that was an issue before, frankly. We could ask our consultant from Fair and Peers to address that if you wish.
I think that's all right. Unless
anything to say about that?
Do you want to?
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Catherine Tellez with Fair and Peers, and we did come up with some estimates of how many trips would occur by transit from Parcel C as well as the rest of the redevelopment area. The project would also be paying into the Emeryville system through the property tax system, but beyond that, sort of the overcrowding on AC Transit and other transit lines is beyond the scope of any one individual development project. So fortunately, I don't have much more to add other than what Charlie had already said.
Great. Thank you.
I do have a question, Catherine. It's about the circulation in the garage with the residents living on the top and the commercial living underneath. Do you see conflicts with the way that works?
Actually, I think that's a benefit to the residents because this way they have their reserved parking. Trying to have the resident parking before the commercial parking, everybody who's going to the grocery store would have to drive past the resident parking spaces and then could potentially park in a space where they shouldn't. This way, the resident areas can be gated off to keep other folks out that shouldn't be parking there.
Any other speakers? Great. All right. Well, then we'll close the public hearing, and we will discuss the project. You want to start?
Sure. I'm very happy to see the improvements that have occurred with the project, and I too have seen a lot of really good motion towards the right thing. So I think we have a little bit further to go, and I was happy to see all of staff's recommendations in the conditions of approval, and I agree with them. I think there's a little bit more detail that needs to happen in the pedestrian experience on, say, the elevation on 63rd Street, page L004. There's that. Oh, I gotta get my glasses out. It's a small one. There's some windows, and maybe this could be addressed, or I could just mention there's some windows that look to be maybe at starting at about 7 feet on that tall. So there's basically these blank walls on there, as well as on the elevation at the top of the page. There just needs to be some more thought in that area in terms of the pedestrian experience, as well as staff mentioned, and our consultant, oh great, thanks Charlie.
Yeah. Find it.
The front stoops could use more greening. Actually, I think there's room for that, and room for a little bit better thought with the front entrance and the overhangs as well. So it's just sort of like really keeping the pedestrians' experience in mind for this entire area is paramount, and I think that there's just a little more detail there. Yeah, that was it.
So. Wait a second. Sheet L004 was what you were looking at? That's going to take a while. Wait a second.
Close.
No? I don't like this version of Acrobat. It's not very friendly. All right. There we are. Would load.
Whoa.
It's kind of freaking out.
I can keep going.
All right.
While that's happening.
Oh well, sorry. I don't think it's going to work.
Okay. There's a picture right there. Perfect. So you can see right behind the car, that gray area where the people are walking. There's a big old blank wall. Nah, not good.
It'll give some privacy.
I understand. I just think it needs maybe some sort of,
landscaping or something.
dare I say, decorative element there that breaks up that large, expansive wall. That's all. But I understand there's bedrooms right on the other side, so if I'm not mistaken, at those two spots. But in any event, I understand the need for privacy, but it just needs street improvements, enhancements. I also, as the Mr. Henny, I believe, mentioned in the public comments, I was having some serious red flags were being raised by this scrim, and I too would like to see some terms requiring that this building be done within a timely manner. I'm not sure how how that would work out and what the legal ramifications of that are, but I'm not interested in seeing a scrim at all. But you know, and if so, for not very long. So that is, I don't know if there's a way to work on that and put that into the conditions of approval at this point, but I would like to see it.
Well, if I may respond, we went around and around on this issue with them, and you know, the problem is we don't really have any kind of hammer that we can bring down if the residential doesn't get built. I would note, though, that since the residential and the grocery store are a single FDP, that once the grocery store gets built, or even once it starts construction, the entire FDP is then vested, which means that the permit or the entitlement for the residential piece of it is not going to expire, which is a good thing. So the question only then is when is it actually going to get built? And we do have a condition on phasing, page 3. Basically, after going, like I say, after discussing this internally and thinking of all kinds of options and going back and forth with the applicant, what we came up with is that if the, I forget exactly what it says, but something effective, the building permit for the well, I'll read you what it says. If the grocery, well, let me just say this. If the grocery store never gets built, if for whatever reason they don't pull a building permit after you've approved this FDP, we do want the FDP to expire. And we've put 2 years in here as the expiration date. And if they come back, you know, and ask for an extension, then you can consider at that time if you want to give them one. But if they never build anything, we would like it to expire because we don't want this lingering around forever. You know, we want to start over with something else. But if the grocery store does get built, then we also want the residential to get built, right? So the condition says, if the FDP does not expire and the applicant has commenced construction of the grocery store and an application for the residential portion, a building permit application for the residential portion has not been filed and fees paid by January 1st of 2018, then the applicant shall pay to the city 1/5 of the total affordable housing impact fee of $1.32 million for the 66 units, or $264,000, which will go into the Affordable Housing Fund. So that's what we came up with. If they don't build the residential within a certain time frame, we get $250,000 for the Affordable Housing Fund. That's the best we could do.
So, and are there other pieces to this phasing that are happening before that? Remind me, before that residential gets built, so for the entire project?
The entire PUD?
Yeah. How does...
No, we don't.
You probably are working a lot.
Well, I mean, they have their own schedule that they just showed you.
Yeah.
That's not cast in stone. We don't have any conditions that reference that. So all we really have before us right now to consider is this FDP for this project. So we've tried to, I mean, we struggled with, well, we could hold up the C of O for parcel B. Well, what if they never build parcel B, you know? So we tried to link it to just to this project. So if the permit for the residential doesn't come in a timely way, then they have to pay us money for affordable housing.
I mean, there was discussion about the park, you know, hopefully the park is completed before the, you know, at the same time the grocery store opens. Could we condition that the building permit for for these residential units be issued before the certificate of occupancy is granted for the grocery store?
That the permit for the residential be issued before a C of O for the grocery store?
Yeah.
I suppose you could say that a C of O for the grocery store would not be granted until the building permit for the residential was submitted?
But
or issued?
And if they weren't going to go ahead and build it, then would they finish the grocery store?
Well, I mean, you know,
well, you could invest a lot in prepare plans.
You might want to hear the applicant's response to that condition, but I think you could probably do that.
You want to hear the response?
Well, if they're ready, I mean, we can keep going too. I don't get the response now or later. Do you care to respond or comment?
I'd like to think about it for a few minutes as we don't respond.
Okay, sure.
Okay. I also echo the comments of our consultant in terms of making a little bit more thoughtful, full analysis of the interiors of some of the units. So I think that that would be another condition of approval, and finishing things out for those small alcoves and the entrances.
Say
And
I would
that
suggest
is,
fine. So at least
we're on for a moment, I believe.
a building permit for the.
Oh. Yeah, that's my comments for now. Thank you.
Well, I'm glad to see this thing has come as far as it has, and I certainly hope it gets built. I think the working out the details is already in the conditions of approval that have been presented to us, that the staff will work with the developer to do these corrections and modifications. I would like to see that exposed garage wall filled in completely without the slots in it, just in case nothing happens, so that you don't get this funny mural with holes in it on a temporary basis. And other than that, I think it's a great project. I really look forward to having a first-class grocery store in Emeryville.
Commissioner, I found a couple more, just two more things. Okay, thanks. I was wondering if there was any foreseen problems with the sidewalk or street widths that would need to be addressed now before August. You're all good? Okay, thanks, Maurice. And then what about the Essex building in terms of noise and the windows? Do you know what the glazing is on those?
Essex building.
Emmy.
You mean Emmy? The 64th and Christie?
Yeah, I'm sorry, yeah.
Not off the top of my head. Do you know, Miro?
Do you think that...
I don't know.
Okay. Because the trucks are going to be coming.
Perhaps these guys do.
Okay.
They're designed for the train tracks?
No, I was talking about the...
They're similar in type,
yeah,
because they're designed for a building next to the railroad tracks.
They're designed to, they have a higher sound attenuation than what we're proposing because they were designed to mitigate the train tracks. So we've talked to them.
So we're good.
Yeah.
There with the backing up of the trucks.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
The noise from the backup is less than the trucks. I mean, than the trains, and the mitigation, the standards that we have in the conditions. They have those levels along the sides that are facing.
Good. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
I think that you've come a long way too. I'm really glad to see the number of family-friendly units as high as it is, and that the design has improved. Definitely, I agree that the conditions that the staff are recommending should be included, and that a lot of emphasis needs to be put on working on the entries to the townhouses, the doorways, the blank walls, and those kind of things. I'm a little bit concerned about the schedule of the delivery schedule on the weekends, with the largest trucks starting at 7 o'clock on Saturday and Sunday, but I believe that there's a method of working on that. Right? What would be the mechanism if there are problems with the noise level at that time?
They would. Excuse me. The way the conditions have been crafted, before a building permit is issued, we are going to ask them to come up with a mechanism which works for the grocer in terms of how that is going to work itself out, and then we'll move forward from that. But right now, what is that mechanism? We have not developed the details, but that will be developed before the building permit is issued.
Okay.
Anecdotally, just like to note that there are a number of fairly sizable markets in my neighborhood of North Oakland, which is the new Safeway that just went in on Claremont and College, which replaced an old Safeway that had been there for many, many, many years, completely surrounded by residential uses. I don't know what their delivery schedule is, but I doubt that it's significantly different than any other grocery store, and I've never heard of any concerns, any major concerns about that. I don't think this is an uncommon situation. So anyhow, we'll see.
That's reassuring.
Yeah, well.
That's good to hear. Otherwise, I don't have any more comments.
So
actually, other than the timing. I do want to see the residents, whatever provision is in there that will support the residential coming online as soon as possible would be good.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. Overall, I think the project is looking really great. I like the design materials and the return of the brick that we wanted. I agree with the unit mix and the general layout of the floor plans, including the storage, the hallways, the flex space, and dining areas. Like the staff report pointed out, I think that the trellis still seems out of place and needs work, so I'm really glad that that's included in the conditions of approval, along with improving the development of the entry doors and the stoops. As far as the traffic and parking, there was a recommendation by Fair and Peers number, I didn't jot down the number, but it had to deal with assessing the pedestrian flow and the traffic by surveying the residents of the development. So I think that that's important, that should occur. As far as the family-friendly unit layout, I think there was a discussion about the pantry spaces in one of our previous study sessions or one of our last meetings, and so I saw that that was added, and I think that that's a good asset. I would caution that the fridge not be next to the pantry without adequate ventilation, because the heat from it just makes it unsuitable for long-term storage, and I've had that problem personally. I agree with the requirement for the applicant to develop more of a committed floor plan with regard to the casework or the study niches in the units, and I think that fell under guideline J50 and J58, so that's a condition of approval now. Other comments that I had on the conditions of approval, and this relates to the noise, that there is a requirement for a notice to the tenants and prospective future owners about the possibility of nearby noise, truck traffic, odors, and block views. And I think that that will at least help, set the expectations for the people who will be moving there. Window ratings, I think that's great. I'm fine with that. One of the conditions of approval, I think it was under parking and transportation, part 6, and you have my written comments, so you can go to those notes. I wanted to see that the transportation information display also includes showing the locations of the bike share stations. I think currently there is one called out on Christie Park, or at least it's a recommendation that there be one at Christie Park, and also at Shell Mound Street. And because we are going to have additional bike share stations brought to Emeryville because of the recent MTZ vote, it'd be important to include that in the information. One minor comment with regard to the potential parking shortfalls during construction. I would just add to maybe, I think they recommended a valet parking, but you could also do just construction shuttling. That's something that I see getting done on most of my projects these days, just having workers carpool in from a parking lot that's further off. And then the ADA parking stalls, that was addressed, so I think that's fine. The only thing I wanted to add to that was maybe consider reserving some parking stalls for the family-friendly units that are closer to the elevator, so that if there are tenants with small children, that they're not assigned to parking that's way off from the access to the building. So those are my comments.
Yeah, I'd reiterate a lot of the comments that I've heard already. It's a great project. I think it's come a long way. And I'm not quite sure I found all the locations, but I'm assuming that the staff hired design consultants, continued coordination with the client, or with the applicant, be a condition of approval, or is a condition of approval. With regard to the trellises, I'm not certain that they need to be more, I guess what I'd like to see is more hierarchy and complex, like material complexity with regard to the trellises, and not necessarily that they're more solid or beefy. Because I think a lot of these units that have trellises next to them are I think that they'll benefit from the sunlight, and shading them too much would be a negative. I'd also like to see, maybe as a condition of approval, the Townhouse 5 plan be worked out to a little bit more than it is right now. It's an odd one. I think it only shows up once, but it looks like it was just kind of squeezed in a little corner there, and could use some work. And then the corner tower, I feel like we were all excited about the rounded corner and the corner element there, and maybe it's just my memory of previous versions of this, but right now I'm just seeing the guardrail and then kind of a post and lintel element over that area, and that's it. And I think with the trellises at the parking up there, it's going to distract from that even more. And so I'd love to see that element taller and somehow a little bit more substantial. I know previous presentations, the applicant mentioned that this will be a focal point as you're driving along Shell Mound, and so a little bit more focus on the treatment of that corner element, in particular the portion that rises above the roof, would be, I think, beneficial to the project. And then other than, just speaking to the question of how to, what happens if the residential isn't built right away, or what kind of incentives could be put in place, or at the very least, I don't want to see this scrim up there for years and years, and so at the very least, I'd like to see some condition of approval that if the residential component isn't constructed within a year or of the occupancy of the grocery store, that a permanent or a more permanent screening device be submitted, approved by Planning Commission, and installed. But I think, like everyone else, I'd like to see the housing there, unless there's another Great Recession, I guess. And then I guess the only other comment is just maybe, I don't know if it's in there or not, I didn't see it, but a condition of approval that the windows, they all look like they're being shown recessed at least a few inches. I'd like to see all the windows recessed at least a few inches from the exterior face of finish. That's it.
Yeah, I also want to thank the applicant and the design team for really working through this process. I think this design that's before us tonight is really it's really great, and it really shows that you've addressed a lot of our comments, and I thank you for working with the staff to continue to refine things. I just have a few comments. One is, I've made this comment before, and I'll make it again when we consider the tentative map, but I feel very strongly that the direction of traffic on the 62nd Street Plaza needs to be reversed, or just kind of that all those streets need to be worked out. I think we're trying to create a plaza where the street could easily be blocked off for events and other things, and the way that it's configured right now, anyone turning down Market Drive, they're forced to make that left turn onto onto 62nd Street. Otherwise, there's nowhere to go since the other direction is a one-way coming the other direction. So it just makes it more difficult to block off 62nd Street. You also have to block off Market Drive as well. So I think if the street was reversed and Market Drive was one way the entire length, it would really improve that. So I will make that comment with the tentative map, as I think, maybe I'll ask staff, would that be the more relevant place to make that comment?
Probably, but I would also note that that's kind of an operational thing, and it doesn't really impact the physical improvements that much. It's always possible to change a street from two-way to one-way, or if it's one-way one direction, to change it to one-way the other direction. So, this is something that could be played with in the future to see if it's not working, it can be changed.
Except that the curved end of 62nd Street makes it so that you really, you're kind of forced to turn right then onto Shell Mound, so it kind of interrupts, reversing the traffic the other way.
Well, in response to your original question, I'd say, yeah, the tentative map is probably the place to address this.
Okay, thanks. And then, I agree with Commissioner Gunkel about the corner element. If my memory is that the corner, we had seen a previous proposal where that corner element was really strong and looked really good, and then it got kind of less cool, and now we're kind of somewhere in the middle. And looking at that corner element now, my thought was that it's kind of what I thought would really improve it, what I think it's almost begging for, and now I can't find the rendering.
301.
Thank you. Is that it would look really great with like a clock feature on the top that would extend even kind of taller than that, that feature that extends above the roof. To me, that's what it's calling out for. But at any rate, I think it does need to be stronger, a stronger element. And then my other comment is about, it's sort of a comment and a question about the trellises over the rooftop parking. My recollection is that we suggested those kind of for two reasons. One, as a possible location for photovoltaic panels, and then also two, as a way to protect the resident parking, to give them some protected parking. And the trellises on the plans, to me, didn't seem to be doing either of those. So I was sort of I don't know if I'm reading it wrong or if that's true, but it looked like an open trellis that wouldn't protect from the weather. So I was wondering if you wanted to address that.
It is an open trellis, and the third idea was to deflect views from the top two floors of Parcel D. So I think it protects from the sun somewhat, so your car doesn't get too hot, but it is a place for future PV panels, and Cal Green requires you to allocate, a certain amount of space for that future use. We can't get the numbers to pencil yet on doing PVs now, but I think the provision to have them in the future. So what we're proposing is an open trellis to create shade for the cars, to shield views from the office tower in Parcel D, but not to give full weather protection.
Okay, thanks. So yeah, I think I would suggest that those trellises be a solid cover. I think that was, if I remember correctly, that was part of our concern before, was providing the residents with some sheltered parking. So that concludes my comments, and then I think maybe do we want to invite the applicant back up real quickly to address our concern about phasing?
Well, Charlie had discussed that with them in great detail.
Yeah, but
and he'd come up with a recommended proposal for it.
Well, I think the idea was to get the applicant's reaction to that.
Oh.
I kind of worked out language based on what I think I heard you say about not issuing a C of O, a certificate of occupancy for the grocery store until a building permit for the residential had been applied for, right? So we could replace the language that's in condition 1G1 about halfway down where it starts, if one, this final development plan does not expire, et cetera. So starting there, just delete that whole rest of that paragraph and replace it with a final certificate of occupancy for the grocery store shall not be issued unless an application for a building permit for the residential portion has been filed and fees have been paid. Period. Pretty simple.
Great,
I'm
thanks.
not sure what the applicant thinks of that. I guess we'll find out.
Well, the problem with that is that it's the unknown of the economy. We have to remember this grocery store is an amenity for the community, and we need to make the economics work so that the grocer will come along. They know that they'll get their TCO. The fees that you're talking about, Charlie, and the architectural cost to get to that point are about $3.5 million. And so there's the uncertainty there of, we want to build this thing, we have a lot of money invested in the land, but it's a pretty steep penalty if the economy turns down and we're delayed to have to come up with $3.5 million, and which is a sizable amount of money relative to the cost of the overall grocery store. And so I think that a more reasonable solution is what Commissioner Moss recommended, that if we don't start construction within a year's time, that we come up with a permanent solution that is approved by staff.
What do you mean by market turndown? Can you
I mean
quantify
economic,
that?
I mean a recession.
That's
because
what
what
I mean.
happens
Can you
is
quantify that further?
Well, I mean, it would have to be, when the economy turns down, it's difficult to get financing. It's and that's really the issue. And so, and you're also committing to spend a sizable amount of money to build it out. So economic downturn would be, technically it's when GMP goes down for 3 quarters. And it doesn't have to be as severe as the Great Recession to get financial partners nervous about not starting construction if we go into a downturn. And so if you go into a downturn and then you say you're going to also get hit, not only is the downturn, but you're going to hit with $3 million of fees, they're going to have second thoughts about, do we want to get involved in this? And so my concern is, I want to bring this grocery store to the community. I think it's a real plus, but I think it's rather draconian to have that amount of penalty if it doesn't start. I mean, mind you, our desire is to build this and complete it. There's value in those units, and we paid a lot of money for this project. We need to make a development that works there. We want to make it work. And also, all those units will help support the grocery store, the rest of our restaurants. So there's every incentive for us to build this. There's really no incentive not to, unless the economy turns down and the economics become difficult. So that's my response. I'm welcome to answer any further questions about that.
Thanks.
Okay, thanks.
Well, I don't think that I would want to see the second phase tied to the grocery store's occupancy, because if the grocery store is ready to open, I think it needs to open. But, I mean, maybe the amount of affordable housing fees should be upped a little bit, or there should be some other.
Well, that's probably negotiable. I mean, it says 1/5 of the total of what they would otherwise owe for an affordable housing fees. You could make it more than that.
Yeah.
Did the 5th come up as just kind of out of the hat, or was there a methodology to that?
That was a product of negotiation with the applicant, shall we say.
Well, I think it's so important to have this grocery store that we shouldn't sandbag it with a horrendous penalty fee.
Well, it's only, I mean, the penalty would only be if the...
Well, they're not going to go ahead and do it. They won't even start if they know that's a potential.
They're willing to live with this condition, this 1/5 of the affordable housing fee, if a application for building permit for the residential isn't submitted by January 1st, 2018.
Oh, I think that's a reasonable.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable too. I mean, we could talk further about the amount of the affordable housing fee.
Well, no, we'd have that in now, the conditions of approval, wouldn't we?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, that's what I'm suggesting.
Not later time, okay.
Regarding Commissioner Moss's comments about the trellises, I agree also in that, I mean, unless you end up with pigeon spikes or something on all the trellises, no one's going to want to park under the trellises because they're going to be the place where your car is going to end up getting its paint job destroyed. So I think they'd either need to be completely covered or, and I think that's the intention. So.
I don't know where to go with that. I'm not an economically savvy to start throwing around millions of dollars kind of numbers with like a quarter, a fifth.
Well, I'm trying to remember what I'm inclined to try to make a motion. I'm trying to remember some of the other concerns that were raised about.
Well, I think maybe one of the things, maybe one thing to do is they've suggested this scrim that has a representation of the future building on it, and I've seen those look really interesting for short periods of time when construction's going on. But maybe the condition should be that if it's not going up within a certain time frame, that they need to provide some permanent facade for that building, something other than a textile scrim, some kind of visually acceptable treatment that's going to be considered long-term.
Yeah.
Well, and to that extent, I mean, we could, I think Buzz's suggestion was to have the solid wall from the start, which might lend itself more to some sort of treatment than the open wall.
Yeah, I mean, if the intention is to build the housing, then the benefits of having the open wall and the reduction in the, in the mechanical ventilation that would be, allowed as a result of that. I mean, you'd still end up putting the same mechanical system in because you're going to be assuming that you're going to be covering that wall shortly. So it doesn't seem like there's really any benefit to keeping it open. And it'll probably help you out with seismic, sure.
Well, there could be some condition if the building doesn't go up against that wall, that there be some long-term landscaping plan or something that could be a green wall or something of that sort.
Or just that it be a permanent solution be brought to the Planning Commission for approval within us, if the housing hasn't started construction within a year or something. I don't know.
It's a good idea.
Yeah.
They seem agreeable to that.
Okay.
So you're okay with doing the wall now?
What's the number?
Yeah.
Cheaper for them to do it.
It's good. Like that?
Okay.
But I totally agree with the covers on the roof being on the rooftop.
On the parking?
Yep.
Yeah, I think
And the
that should
recessed
be.
windows.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
And how are we addressing all these little design components that that we're now kind of entrusting you guys to work out?
You're entrusting us to work it out, basically. I mean, I believe.
Is there a condition of approval that basically states that?
Yes.
And then can we add things like the corner piece?
Yep.
So, if I may outline the things that I've heard that you want in the conditions, which are not there already, and see if I've got all of it. One is regarding the transportation information display. That should include the location of bike share stations. Another one is include construction worker shuttle program. Another one that was suggested by Commissioner Tan was assigning parking stalls for families near the elevators. There was also a comment regarding not putting fridge next to the pantry. There was one about all windows should be recessed. You didn't by few inches? Did you?
It said 3 from
Three.
the face of the exterior finish.
And then, of course, the tower element. What I wasn't clear in terms, one suggestion was the clock would be included. The other, so if you wanted to kind of clarify on that, then we could include that.
To have some sort of a feature, is that what you were suggesting, or did you definitely want a clock?
Yeah, no, I mean, I sketched one in. I think it looks nice.
Did you design it?
Let the architect come up with
Yeah.
your version.
And then was there also a condition about the parking, the trellis being solid instead of open?
So do we want that? Is that agreed? Trellis be solid?
At the top, at the rooftop?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For parking.
For the resident parking.
And there was also, aside from the entry treatments along 63rd, there was the treatment beneath the windows where it's now showing a blank wall.
And what would that be? Landscaping?
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
It needs, yep,
Planter.
Okay.
small cutout with plants even, or some kind
Something.
of wall treatment that breaks up the large expanse of wall.
Okay, got that.
Could be a
Yeah.
decorative indent, or I don't know.
So just to point you to where these, all these little design changes are, on page 24 of the conditions of approval, it's Roman numeral 7A, 10 and 11, right under the condition about the temporary mural scrim. 10 says, building design changes. Prior to the issuance of a residential building permit, the applicant shall work with the community development director to improve design of trellis, townhouse entry doors, and entry stoops as described in the Marketplace Redevelopment Project Final Development Plan for Parcel C staff report. And number 11 says, unit design changes. Prior to the issuance of a residential building permit, the applicant shall work with the community development director on unit design as described in the same staff report. And we can add to those conditions and the following issues identified by the Planning Commission, ...
Which also includes working out Townhouse 5 plan further, as requested by Kunkel.
Yeah.
And the permanent wall, right? Or is that a separate condition?
I think that would be a separate condition.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I have a separate condition for that.
Screen.
What I would suggest is amending the condition 9 on that page, the temporary mural scrim condition, to just add to it, if the construction of the housing or the residential building has not begun within, I believe you said within 1 year of occupancy of the grocery store. So 1 year of the certificate of occupancy for the grocery store, the applicant shall, this language needs to be obviously made more official sounding, but shall come back to the Planning Commission with a proposal for a permanent treatment of the north and west walls of the grocery store.
Good.
Sure.
Right?
Yep.
Is 1 year too short, or is that correct? In terms
Well,
of,
they will not apply for a permit, if they haven't applied for a permit within.
Well, the way I got to word it is if the construction hasn't started within a year, would you like it to be if they haven't applied for a building permit within a year?
I think that would be a little bit
Yeah,
safer.
I think that's reasonable.
Yeah. It takes about a year, doesn't it, to start construction after you've applied for a permit?
Oh, give or take. Depends on how long plan check takes.
Depends on lots of things.
All right. Do you want to read back those conditions to us? Or sort of the...
I think we just did.
What?
Approved, I think we have
Okay.
it.
All right. Okay. You got it. All right.
So I move approval with those conditions.
I second.
So you're okay with the phasing condition that we have?
Yes.
yeah,
The $250,000 for the housing fund?
yeah, with the
Okay.
solid wall.
Charlie, can I ask a question? So
Yes, absolutely. We need the applicant to respond.
So just to clarify, the condition in terms of the temporary scrim would go away, so we'd have is just, or would it remain?
No, that would still be there.
Okay.
That's still there. It's what it says in addition to that, if an application for a building permit for the housing hasn't been applied for within a year of the grocery store certificate of occupancy, then you need to come back to the commission and tell them how you plan to treat those walls on a permanent basis.
Okay, but the scrim requirement kicks in when?
I don't know.
Before, you mean installation, you need to get the scrim approved by the planning commission before your building permit for the grocery store will be issued, which is what it already says.
Right. Okay.
And we have that calendared for the July meeting.
Right.
Yeah.
Can one more question? So Commissioner Gunkel's suggestion of the window recess, did that make it in?
Yes, for 3 inches.
Okay. We're providing that on the majority of the building, all the masonry, the brick, the stucco, and it's really a limited area where we'd prefer not to, which is just where we have the metal facade. Would you be amenable to that being flush and everything else being recessed?
I don't know. I mean, that's also the area where you're using the vinyl windows, right?
Yeah.
So I just worry that with the metal facade and the vinyl windows, there's gonna be a pretty drastic difference in kind of quality of materials and the quality of the kind of the finished product.
Is that on the park side?
No, it's the north facade facing 63rd Street.
Really?
So it's as
you're just trying to figure out how to treat, because the metal panel, how you would wrap them.
I know how to do it. I just know it's a you've all heard this before. It's a 30% increase just to have something other than white, which we were committing to, and then to frame it that way is another 25% increase. And I think the value you get out of it is, frankly, fairly negligible given the kind of skin that we have on the building there. So in lieu of that, we're getting great recess depth on all the masonry areas with an aluminum system. So it's kind of, it'd be nice to be able to complement one against the other.
Recessed. It's not.
I mean, maybe make that a staff, coordinate that finish detail with the staff, the vinyl windows and the metal cladding.
Perfect. Thanks.
Yeah, maybe even just some detail around the window that protruded. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm a little unclear what we're talking about.
We're talking about the metal and the vinyl.
Are we talking about here?
No, see,
Really flat
all of that is aluminum windows, but there's some facades where
down the way.
it's a metal cladding system.
I thought they said on the north side, facing 63rd Street. Oh.
Yeah, it's
Down on the right side.
It's on the west elevation also,
They're
right?
actually
Keep going there,
proposing
down there.
back, I think, which is
It's on both the north and
yeah.
Yeah.
Talking about here?
Yeah.
It looks recessed on this
It
picture.
does
They've
look
drawn
recessed
it
on the drawing.
which makes it look
Yeah, it does
better.
look recessed.
Is it recessed as it looks here?
Has somebody seen a detail?
You're seeing the bronze colored frame.
no, it's drawn recessed. Sorry.
There's a shadow on
Yeah.
Fooled me.
the other.
I think it'll be helpful to be clear that the recess on the brick and stucco portions of the facades are shown much deeper than those. So if you have a condition that it clearly doesn't sort of merge those two conditions into one condition.
Yeah, I don't know that it needs to be the same. I like the 3-inch, recess for the stucco and the brick.
They're much deeper at the stucco and the brick. It shows the plan show a much deeper. I don't know how deep that would be, but it would be deeper than 3
But if it's more than 3 inches, all of a sudden they're going to have to go with some deeper studs than even like a 6-inch stud wall. So I think the 3 inches are fine there. But with regard to the metal cladding, I leave that to you guys to come up with something that's
Okay.
So are you saying that you want the brick and the stucco to be less recessed than
no more recessed, and they're agreeing to that.
Okay. All right.
But they're saying that in the areas where the metal cladding is shown and the vinyl windows are shown, they're requesting that we don't have a condition that those areas have the recessed windows.
Which I hate.
So maybe we should say that all windows should be recessed of at least minimum of 3 inches, and where there is more, then there is more.
Well, no, I think 3 inches is about the maximum they're gonna be able to do with the stucco and the brick. Maybe a little more at the brick, but at the metal cladding, they're requesting that it not be recessed.
How about an inch?
Well,
is that sufficient?
I don't know if that matters.
What's the issue with recessing vinyl windows? So
I think that you're gonna have to try to figure out a way to flash around the corner because you're not just dropping it right in there.
Okay.
Watertight.
Well, you want it watertight.
I mean, maybe it'll be okay reading as just a more kind of superficial element on those areas, but that's not how it's showing right now. It's not how it's reading in the renderings.
It just looks
If-
cheaper, that's all.
If you could let us work it out. Basically, the implication is you have to use much thicker framing, which drives up the whole cost of the building because vinyl windows are just not made that way. And so I get the intent, and that's frankly a big reason why most of the building is masonry, so we can accommodate a deeper, and yeah, in brick, it's much easier to have a recessed depth. So it could be quite burdensome to have to do that on the metal facade, but I'm sure that with the staff, we can come up with some amenable solution that gets at what you're looking for.
One of the other concerns with the vinyl windows is water intrusion if we set that back, and so that's a big concern to us, especially if we eventually want to convert these into residence condos, then the water intrusion becomes a really big issue, and that's why we'd rather not set it back there.
Well, you get our, design intent if there's some creative solution.
Yeah, I mean, I got down something around these windows on the metal facade, vinyl windows on the metal facade that mimic some kind of a recess of the windows. I don't know how you do that.
How you do that?
Mirrors.
Provide some relief.
Okay.
So there was.
We've got.
Well, here's a question. One of the photos that you're showing of the siding that you're planning to use, I guess, shows a frame that the windows sit in. So that looks like they're vinyl windows sitting in a frame. Is this a framing system that's maybe made by the metal cladding, this metal siding manufacturer?
But I was looking at that.
Is that
It's on
the picture
AC 202,
4?
picture 4?
Yeah.
See how each window looks like it's framed? It's some kind of closure piece, possibly. That's.
Don't tell us they only make it in white.
No. That's the upgrade.
You're talking about the gray, this darker frame?
Color. But yeah, there's a little.
Looks like it's.
The middle.
I mean, otherwise, how would you be closing that off? I mean, maybe that's sufficient.
No, but
Just gives it some relief from the.
what? It does look like it's a shadow.
Just sit in there.
Yeah, I don't like that actually.
504.
Is it white?
No, it's just I just don't like the. I mean, it looks like it's coming out at you.
Well, those windows are white. They're proposing like a dark gray window.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a slightly different assembly just because it has a door in it. You don't would typically make a vinyl door, but yeah, you get the. It doesn't look. It doesn't necessarily look flush. It's just not. There's not 3 inches of recess.
Yeah. I mean, these panels. You're saying they're standing seams, so they're basically slide onto some.
Yeah, they're like a vertical running standing seam.
Yeah, and then I mean they must have a face, like a thickness to them. They could be at least exposed, and then you just pull the windows back the thickness of that siding, and then like caulk it there.
Yeah, it's like the limits of like a furring strip. So
yeah,
3/4 of an
that
inch.
could help. Yeah.
So, yeah. Okay.
You get the idea.
Technical.
Okay. So is that how you already have it designed?
But it's early, but yes.
Okay. Do you understand what he said?
About the early part?
No, about the design.
I think that
You need to-
he's showing some wall. Okay, how does this work? I may understand what he said. This area around here, where the metal panels join with the windows, I'm not clear on exactly how they intend to do that, but there appears to be some sort of transitional piece beyond the actual window frame itself as they're usually manufactured. It is basically joining those two materials, and I think that's something that they would need to figure out. And it looks like it either extends along the face of the wall or turns back in for some recess. It's not really clear, but there is some sort of material that kind of creates that border around those windows, and that detailing would probably have to be identified more clearly.
So it does appear from this drawing that the glazing is not flush with the building face.
Yeah,
right?
I think what we were just talking about is it probably by default won't be because there's a thickness of the panels, and so that will help give a little bit of a feeling of recess. Not a 3 inches, but a ½ inch or something like that.
So can we add a condition that just says that the metal siding, the vinyl windows, that the metal siding shall have their glazing, recessed from the building face, or something like that?
Or I'm happy to have it added to the ... items that will get worked out.
But what does that ... say?
That the detail for the vinyl window installation in the metal siding will be worked out in a manner that provides some appearance of relief along the perimeter of the windows.
I think that's good wording.
All right. Okay. Got that.
Well said.
We had a motion.
So we had a motion and a
Yeah.
second, right?
Yeah, we did. Yes.
You're waiting for
Cake.
Okay.
We've had a motion and a second.
Oh, we did.
We're ready.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I lost track. Who made the motion?
I did.
Commissioner Tan, who seconded?
There were two.
A couple of
There were
people.
two simultaneous. Rochambeau.
Let's give it to Commissioner Coomerly. She's
Who
her
wants
last
to
meeting.
second? Oh, we'll give it to the next, okay.
Give it to the two quitters.
Okay, so we're all clear on what the conditions are
Yes.
that we've talked about? Yes? Got them down, Miru?
Here has
We
it.
may have to watch the video. Okay, ready to vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Cardoza?
Aye.
Commissioner Donaldson?
Aye.
Commissioner Gunkel?
Aye.
Commissioner Keller is recused. Commissioner Coomerly?
Aye.
Vice Chair Tan?
Aye.
Chair Moss?
Aye.
6 ayes, the application is approved. This decision may be appealed to the City Council within 15 days. Congratulations.
Wow. I know. That's great.
Yeah, so I think I need about a 5-minute break, and then we can come back for our study session.
I will see you next month. Is there a limit? A number?
That's what you designed, or is that stay here?
left. Okay. Yep, that's right. Okay. All right. We will go ahead and reconvene our meeting. So our next item is rules for residential development, regulation, incentives, and guidelines.
Yes. All right. Well, this is a follow-up from the joint meeting that we had with the City Council and Planning Commission on May 2nd. So here's the outline of what I'm going to talk about and would like your feedback on. Could we ask folks to take their conversations outside, please? Excuse me. Thank you. First, I'm going to recap the May 2nd joint study session, make sure we got it, that you heard the same thing that we heard. Secondly, go over the proposals that staff has come up with as a result of that feedback. And then third, go into the development bonus system in a little more detail. Questions have arisen about whether this would impact our housing element and the ability to meet our regional housing need allocation. We don't believe it will, but I'm going to show you that analysis. And then finally, we have 6 discussion questions that we would like your feedback on. And of course, anything else you want to tell us in this regard. So first of all, recapping the May 2nd joint study session. As you recall, there was a series of questions, discussion questions that we asked the Commission and Council. So I'm just going to briefly recap what those questions were and what the answers were that we heard. First question was, should a minimum percentage of 2 and more bedroom and or 3 or more bedroom units be required in residential projects? The answer was yes. 50% 2 or more bedroom units, which would include 10% 3 or more bedroom units. And it was also suggested that maybe the percentages should be even higher to make up for past deficits, and perhaps that could be considered as a bonus item. Second, should 2 or more bedroom units be required to comply with the family-friendly design guidelines? And if so, should this also apply to additional 2 or more bedroom units that are not required? The answer was yes. All 2 or more bedroom units should be required to comply, and also the guidelines should include provisions for breaking up larger residential projects into smaller communities around common open space. Should minimum unit sizes be established? If so, what sizes? No, this has not been a problem, and the guidelines provide de facto minimums. Should there be any exceptions to the requirements for unit mix, family-friendly design, and minimum unit size? If so, what should be the basis for such exceptions? The response to this was it should be considered on a case-by-case basis depending on the circumstances. Should the provision of affordable housing and or ownership housing be made a prerequisite for earning a development bonus? The answer to that was yes. Should the base levels of floor area ratio, height, and residential density be lowered to require more projects to earn development bonuses? Again, the response was yes. What is the appropriate mix of rental and ownership housing? Should all projects needing bonuses be required to be ownership? There was no clear direction on this question. There did appear to be a general desire for more ownership housing. However, there's also a desire to protect renters and to provide affordable housing at all levels, which comes more in rental projects than it does in ownership projects. What percentage of units at various levels of affordability should be required for rental and ownership projects? Should this be proportional to the level of bonus being requested? Again, there was no clear direction on this. However, the Commission and Council did appear to favor affordable units at various income levels and proportional to our arena allocations, and in increasing amounts for more bonus points. In other words, the more bonus points you need, the higher percentage of affordable units you'd have to provide. What other changes to the bonus point system are desired? Again, we got no clear direction. It was referred to the Planning Commission for further discussion and direction. There was a general sense that many of the categories could be eliminated. However, there was a desire to keep the bonus for zero net energy and also the flexible public benefit. It was noted that the bonus point system needs to address both residential and non-residential projects, and that the city's bonus system should be designed to be more attractive to developers than the state density bonus law. That's something we're still working on. We don't have anything specific for you tonight, but our sense is that it would be. So, with that direction, which is what we think we heard from the Commission and Council, staff has come up with proposals for all of these areas. So what we propose in unit mix is that there would be a basic requirement that all residential projects that are 10 units or more, whether or not they require bonuses, would be required to have at least 50% 2 or more bedroom units, which would include at least 10% 3 or more bedroom units. Again, this could be 40% 2s and 10% 3s, or 35% 2s and 15% 3s, or whatever. Secondly, for a bonus, additional 2 and 3 bedroom units would be required for bonus points. Well, see below it says that was obviously cut and pasted out of the staff report, or out of something. Anyway, it's up to a maximum of 60% 2 or more bedroom units, which would include a maximum of 12% 3 or more bedroom units. That's our proposal. As to design guidelines, all residential projects must comply with the Emeryville design guidelines for residential building and use types. In other words, the design guidelines are divided into different sections, and they have different sections for different uses. So there's a section for commercial buildings, and a section for office buildings, and a section for residential buildings. So all residential projects would have to comply with the section on residential buildings. And this means things like community rooms and other such things that apply to all residential projects. In addition, all 2 and more bedroom units, which includes 3 or more bedroom units, whether required or not, will have to comply with the Emeryville Design Guideline section on family-friendly residential building and use types. That's a subsection of the residential section. The design guidelines that, as I previously mentioned, were approved by the City Council on May 19th were modified to call for the smaller communities centered around common open space in large residential projects, 100 plus units, it says. With regard to exceptions, we think a provision should be added somewhere to allow deviations from the design guidelines on a case-by-case basis, and that would be considered by the Planning Commission or the City Council, as the case may be, as part of the major design review and or major conditional use permit for the project. They'd have to make their case. They'd have to convince you of why they needed this deviation. For the FAR height and residential density, the base levels should be dropped and the bonus levels should remain the same. This will require a general plan amendment. The base levels should be about 50% of the bonus levels, which is what was illustrated at the May 2nd meeting. By the way, the May 2nd staff report is attached to this staff report in your packet, so you can refer to that if you wish. There's a diagram in there that shows an example of this for FAR, I think. And the 0.5 to no bonus FAR in the eastern residential neighborhoods would be replaced with 0.5 to 1.0 FAR. This is to solve the problem of you can get a density bonus, but you can't get an FAR bonus, so therefore you end up with little tiny units. So this would allow the units to be of a reasonable size. As for affordable housing, in-project affordable units would be required for bonus points. The percent of affordable units required should increase as the bonus points increase. For rental projects, very low, low, and moderate income units should be required, and they should be proportional to our RENA allocations. For ownership projects, all the affordable units should be moderate income. Regarding ownership housing, and I'll talk more about that in a minute when I get to the bonus point system, or to the bonus system. For ownership housing, we would propose that to obtain bonus points, any residential project that requires bonus points would be required to record a condominium map. However, they would not necessarily be required to sell the condominiums. So they could operate it as a rental project if they chose, but it would technically be condos, so that in the future, if it was decided to sell units, that could be done. It would already be in place. So the developer may opt to either retain ownership of all the units and operate it as a rental project, or to sell the units and turn it into an ownership project. If it's a rental project, if it's operated as a rental project, then the rental affordability requirements would apply. That is low, very low, low, and moderate. If it is ownership, then the condominium affordability requirements would apply. That is moderate income units. There would be conditions, covenants, and restrictions required, and they'd be required to stipulate that at least 50% of the units must be owner-occupied at any given time, and no more than 10% of the units may be owned by a single owner. We understand that these two things are red flags that the FHA looks at in terms of providing financing for projects. They don't like it if you have more than 50% of your units rented out, and they don't like it if one entity owns more than 10% of the units.
Is there any way of enforcing that?
Well,
is there a history of it?
I'm not aware of a history of it. We'd have to, it would, you know, it, like most things, it would be on a complaint basis or a case-by-case basis. We'd hear about it, and then we'd have to go after them. And we also think that this condition could be put on all condominium applications, whether or not a development bonus is needed. So just kind of parenthetically there, we would add this to our condominium section of our subdivision regulations.
Before you move on, is that going to encourage more condos or discourage more condos if we do something like this?
Well, if a project requires bonus points, it would have to be condos. They wouldn't have a choice. I mean, they'd have to map a condo, and it would have to have these CC&Rs, even if they operated as rental. In terms of projects that don't require bonus points, I don't know that this would encourage them to become condominiums, but we're not getting any condominiums now anyway. I think that's more dictated by the market. My sense is that if there's a strong market for condominiums, that something like this isn't gonna deter them, but you know, I don't really know.
Does this conflict with
sounds, yeah, it sounds like the second bullet is conflicting with the CC&R bullet, that these things, it sounds like you can't have a project operated as a rental project if you're requiring them to file a condo with the CC&R saying that you can't have more than 10% ownership.
We have to work out the details of this. It's possible that maybe the CC&R's condition doesn't take effect until they decide they want to start selling units.
That would have to, I mean, you'd have to, right?
Then that's when they have to form a homeowners association, and that's when they have to have CC&Rs. So I suspect the way we would write it is that the CC&R condition would be a condition of when they decide to start selling units.
And so the rental for a project that's mapped as condos that is rental, that is operated as rental, you would be able to have the low, very low,
yes,
that spread.
Yes,
okay.
Yes. We already have that in our affordable housing program section of our code. Then when if they decide to turn a rental project into an ownership project, in other words, start selling the units, the condominium conversion requirements would kick in. Today, the way our code is written, technically, if something is already condominiums and has been since the get-go, but they've been operating it as a rental project and then they start selling the units, such as what happened at Bridgewater, technically that's not a conversion because it was already condominiums, so the condominium conversion ordinance doesn't apply, which means that the rental tenant protections don't apply. So all of the things that we have in our condo conversion ordinance that are intended to protect and assist the rental tenants are not there if you're just selling units that have always been condos. So we would modify that provision of the code to say that those provisions do apply if you decide to start selling units in a project that's been rented all these years.
Well, is that going to conflict with the bullet above it, which says they can't own more than 10% of the units? There'd have to be some...
No, that's after. I mean, Commissioner Donaldson's correct. That the CC&R condition would not kick in until they decided to start selling units.
Oh, but even then, they're going to own more than 10% of the units.
Till all of them.
Well,
till 90% of them are sold.
Yeah, I mean, we'd have to write it in such a way that this is after they're all sold.
Right.
You know, after they're sold by the developer.
So they have 2 years to sell them or something like that, or?
I guess so. I don't know. Yeah, we'd have to.
I think your intention is good and that you need to work out the language
It's
for
a detail we have to work out. Yeah, you know what we're trying to say.
Yeah.
It takes a while to move people out when you.
Right. So with regard to the bonus system, residential projects of 10 or more units needing bonus points should be required to provide both affordable in-unit affordable units, in-project affordable units, and additional 2 or more bedroom units. Now, this could be a two-tiered system where, say, the first 50 points are earned by providing the affordable units and the extra 2 or more bedroom units, and then the additional points up to 100 are provided for additional community benefits. It could also be a one-tier system where the whole thing is just based on affordable units and additional 2 or more bedroom units. For non-residential projects needing bonus points, we could still continue to require community benefits, although the list could be abbreviated, which we are proposing, and you'll see that in a minute. We could also have a two-tier system for non-residential projects, whereby the first 50 points, again, are based on affordable housing, but obviously non-residential projects don't have units in them. So what we could do would be to increase the affordable housing fee that they would have to pay above the base of $4 per square foot. So right now the affordable housing fee is $4 per square foot for non-residential. And if they need bonus points, we could say, well, you have to pay a bigger affordable housing fee. As pointed out in the staff report, the Nexus study that we had done for non-residential supports fees of way more than $4 a square foot for pretty much every use. So we would be well within our authority to charge higher fees for that in exchange for bonus points. And
given that the fees would be required as part of the bonus rather than just flat out required, or would they even need to be tied to the Nexus study?
Oh, I see what you're saying. I don't know the answer to that, but I think it helps that the fee is well below what the Nexus study supports.
Okay.
I think it'd be a little dicey to try to charge a higher fee than what the Nexus study says is justifiable, although your point is well taken that it is a bonus.
So before we move on from that, just so I understand, we have a fee already in place.
Correct.
And so what we would be doing is adding more money to that fee to buy bonus points, so to speak.
Correct.
Okay, and so we're just saying somewhere above what the current level is.
Yeah, and
it could be 6, it could be 8.
Yeah, I'll show you a chart that kind of starts to get at that. Thing is, it's really kind of picking a number out of the air because these fees are so much below what the Nexus study supports that it's sort of a policy call as to where you want to set it at. But again, it would be proportional to the number of points that they would need. The more points, the more they'd have to pay. And then if we did a two-tier system, then we're suggesting that the additional housing fee could be up to 50 points again, and then if they need more than 50 points, they get the additional points by providing community benefits.
Charles, what are you proposing for projects with less than 10 units? Like residential projects with less than 10 units?
Let's see. Chances are a residential project with less than 10 units would not need any bonus points anyway. Less than 10 units would not kick in the unit mix requirement. Basically, they wouldn't have any specific requirements for less than 10 units. I mean...
But they'd still have the bonus point system.
I have to think about that a little bit. We hadn't really considered it. We don't have a whole lot of projects that are less than 10 units. I mean, sometimes you get things that are 2 units, like the Doyle Street project, 2 or 3. But
and that's that's one of the areas, I think I brought it up in the joint session that we had, the possibility of changing the medium-density residential to a 1 FAR with bonus points. In that area, you're not going to have a 10-unit project. You're probably going to have a 2-unit project, and so I'm just trying to trying to understand the.
Well, let me point out that currently, and this was something that was vetted when we were developing the new planning regulations a few years ago, and most of you will probably remember this. It was decided that in the RM medium density residential zone, which is basically the eastern residential neighborhoods, that bonus points in general are not required. Because it seemed like those projects are of such a small scale that the amount of public benefit that they would provide would be minimal. Mm-hmm. And so in those neighborhoods, to get a bonus, it simply is a series of findings. Mm-hmm. The commission has to make findings that the project is, a benefit to the neighborhood and all those normal kinds of findings. So right now there are no bonuses, no bonus points required at all. And that basically encompasses projects of 10 units or fewer. So that was kind of our thinking going forward, that if a residential project is 10 units, is less than 10 units, and it needs bonuses, it would just need to make some findings, not any necessarily community benefits. Part of the thing is if you have a requirement for 50% 2 or more bedroom and 10% 3 or more bedroom, how do you apply that to a 6-unit project?
I'm not going there, but I'm just going the other.
It just seemed too complicated to try to burden these little projects with this bonus system. It's not too complicated though for the big guys that have 100 or 200 unit projects.
But for the one where you're talking about changing the FAR from 0.5 to 0.5 to 1, those would be those smaller projects. So we would be making findings that they provide some kind of, that they're good for the neighborhood or something.
That's right. That's right. Like the Doyle Street lofts project. I think that needed a bonus for density, if I recall correctly. So findings had to be made. There were no bonus points. It was just findings, right? So let's see. Is that it for this? Mixed-use projects. Mixed-use projects are a little bit of a head-scratcher, but after thinking about it, what we came up with is we'll just treat them as residential projects. If they have a residential component, we'll calculate the density, the FAR, and the height limit based on the whole project, figure out how many bonus points it needs, and then the residential piece of it has to provide the units that are necessary to get bonus points. So that's basically how we solved that one. And then, finally, the state density bonus law. I alluded to this earlier. Developers would have a choice between that and our bonus system, but not both, and we will try to design ours so that it's more attractive than the state. And we'll be working on.
How does that stand now? Nobody uses the state?
We've never had anybody use the state density bonus law here in Emeryville that I'm aware of. Certainly not in the 15 years I've been here. And it happens occasionally in other cities, but not very often. So we think it shouldn't be too hard to design something that's more attractive than that. All right, now on to the development bonus system. This is kind of the thorny issue that we didn't have a chance to get to on May 2nd. First, before we talk about the proposal, I'd like to just briefly go through the history. How did we get this development bonus system that people are now saying is antiquated? Which is fine, it's a different day. But I just want to briefly remind everybody how we got here. So in 1988, the city adopted a new zoning ordinance, and that contained tiered height limits and residential densities. For the height limits, it had 40 to 55 feet, 55 to 80 feet, and 95 to 175 feet. And there were findings that were required to improve the extra height, but things like, compatible with the neighborhood and things like that. For residential density, in 3 of the zoning districts, there were tiered densities. In the RM zone, it was 20 to 45 units to the acre. That's now been reduced to 20 to 35. In the RH zone, the high-density residential zone, it was 45 to 108 units to the acre. And in the mixed-use zone, MU, it was 45 to 60 units to the acre. Now, there was also an automatic 25% density bonus for providing affordable housing, and this was before the Palmer decision, so every project had to include affordable housing, which means that every project automatically got a 25% density bonus. So that in the MU zone, which is where most of the projects were located, that got you up to 75 units to the acre. The increased height and density required a conditional use permit with some additional findings, but projects typically already required a conditional use permit for their use. So the increased height and density kind of became de facto limits, and they were all rolled into a single use permit application for the project. Numerous projects with additional height and or density were approved during the 21 years that these regulations were in effect, with no discrete, identified public benefits being provided. So eventually questions arose as to what benefits the community was getting in return for all this increased development potential. Community benefits in exchange for development bonuses became a major topic of discussion in the general plan update and in the new planning regulations. The new general plan that was adopted in 2009 has language in it and a policy about developing a bonus point system of community benefits in exchange for these development bonuses. The interim zoning regulations, which were in effect from 2009 to 2013, had a qualitative bonus system, not a point system, requiring that 3 public benefits be provided in order to earn the full bonus, or you could get 1/3 of the bonus for each benefit that you provided. There were 13 categories of public benefits plus the undefined alternative public benefit. 2 projects were approved with bonuses under this system. They were the Emery Station West Transit Center project and the City Storage project. Then in 2013, the planning regulations were adopted, and they have a quantitative point-based bonus system, as you know. There are now 18 categories of public benefits plus the undefined flexible public benefit. And under this system, 3 projects with bonuses have been approved. Those include the intersection mixed-use project at 3800 San Pablo, the ECCL project, and the EAH Affordable Housing Project, which you all just approved in January of this year. In your staff report on page 6, there is a table that gives a little more detail about these 5 projects, and it says exactly how many bonus points they needed and what the bonus point categories were that they got and so forth. So, continuing on with this history, currently we have 3 major development projects being processed. Sherwin-Williams will definitely need bonus points, as currently designed under the current system. The Anton Emeryville, or Nady site project, does not need bonus points under its as currently designed under the current system. However, if the base levels are lowered, then it will need some bonus points. Not 100, but it will need some. The Marketplace redevelopment project, part of which you just approved, is a PUD that was approved in 2008, so the FAR height and density are already entitled for that PUD, so no bonuses are required for that. In January, the City Council had a study session on the Sherwin-Williams project, and that led to a desire to overhaul the bonus point system. So that's kind of where we are and how we got there. This is our current bonus point system. There are 18 categories of public benefits. They're listed here, along with the flexible public benefit, which has no specific point value. It's up to the Planning Commission or City Council to decide how many points whatever benefit the applicant comes up with are worth, up to 100. And each category has varying values of maximum points from 20 to 50. Most of them are 35, the idea being that you would have to get at least 3 public benefit categories in order to get the full 100 points. After what we've heard about the bonus point system, we have a somewhat drastic proposal, I would say, which is this. We would propose to eliminate all but 5 of these 18 categories, plus keeping the flexible public benefit. And small business, which is now 35 points, we would up to 50. The others we're proposing to keep are already 50. So the 5 we would propose to keep are public open space, alternative energy, but only the provision of that is for zero net energy, public improvements, utility undergrounding, and small businesses. Small businesses is a contribution to a small business fund, which would help to replace the money we used to have under redevelopment for things like facade improvement grants and low interest business loans and things like that.
So that's not small business space in a residential building?
No, we debated whether we should do that. It just seemed to be too difficult to implement and enforce. You know, how do you ensure 20 years down the road that they still have a small business in that space? It seemed a lot easier and cleaner and frankly better for everybody if they just give us money, and we can use that money to benefit small businesses.
But on that, couldn't it be managed like we do affordable housing? And why would that be any more difficult? Because I think this is a problem we need to address, is because businesses get displaced and then they can't come back because they can't afford the rent. So if we had a place that was affordable rent for small businesses, and it was just made that way, like the Artist Lofts or any place else, then, and just made sure that it stayed within the confines of what we would decide as a small business, maybe, we'd have to define
sort of like
that.
BMRs for small business?
What's that?
Sort of like BMRs for small business?
Exactly, because we find that when we put money into affordable housing, it takes a long time and a lot of money before we can actually build that affordable housing. But if we had the housing in the stock already, it's a lot easier. And this kind of seems the same way. I'm thinking of long ago when it was the pasta company that in the flower shop that used to be at the empty site B. And we lost those 2 businesses. And they were really kind of unique and fun businesses. And had they had an opportunity to go into someplace else that's rent controlled, so to speak, then they could still be here today. So that's just the question.
I think that's a great idea. I think it's something that could always be considered under the flexible public benefit too. I mean, I think it's something that, I would hope most planning commissions in the future would really be excited about.
Let me just note that we kind of had this debate when this system was put together, and the small business, what I'm describing now, is what we already have. That's the provision we already have in our bonus system. The only change here would be that it would be increased from 35 to 50 points. So, but your point is well taken. I mean, I would say though that the affordable housing program is not easy to administer. It's a lot of work, and we don't we lost a lot when redevelopment went away. We used to be able to provide assistance to small businesses. We really can't anymore because we don't have any money for it. So that's really the idea here. Anyway, so this is our proposal. I mean, if you like, I can walk through all the categories we've deleted and why we deleted them, but maybe we can come back to that if you probably don't want to hear that right now.
Or maybe it's the opposite question.
Okay.
Most of these categories that were deleted, I mean, they seem like they're categories that could easily be indoctrinated or incentivized through other means. And the one that isn't deleted that seems that it could also be is number 3. And so I'm just wondering why number 3 was not deleted.
It was not deleted because we heard loud and clear at the joint meeting on May 2nd that there was a desire to retain it. Only the zero net energy, though, not the entire alternative energy provision. The way it's written now is you get a certain number of bonus points for every % by which you exceed the California Building Code energy efficiency requirements or something. And there's also a provision that you can get a full 50 points if you design your project to be totally zero net energy. And I believe it was the mayor who said that she wanted to keep that provision. So, I mean, obviously, it's whatever 3 council members will vote for, but that's why we left it in there.
Is that the only bonus category that would be sort of all or nothing? Or all of the other ones on a scale?
Yeah, I guess that's true. I hadn't thought about that, but that's true. That one is an all or nothing. The others are on a scale. So the idea here would be that if we had a two-tiered system, say for residential projects, then they'd have to earn their first 50 points by providing the affordable housing. And if they didn't need any more than 50 points, then they'd never even get to this chart. But if they needed 100 points, then they'd have to figure out a way to provide 50 additional points from these categories, which could be all in one category, or they could do 25 points in public improvements and 25 points in public open space, or something like that. Anything that adds up to another 50 points. But you're right, Chair Moss, this one would be, if you did this, you just get 50 points. And if you don't do it, you get 0 points. So, yeah.
Is that doable?
I don't know. People claim it is.
Rarely, but occasionally.
Yeah,
I believe
I've
there's.
seen, I mean, it's zero net energy is possible. It's not. Yeah,
I believe the
Is it
state.
done anywhere?
I believe the state has a goal of having that as a building code requirement by 2030. So that's.
I guess. Yeah, I mean, I guess my thought was a lot of these other sustainability related items could be modifications to our own codes and not bonus points, and
Exactly.
I don't know. It just seems like it's the odd one out with regard.
Oh, zero net energy?
Yeah.
Well, I guess the thinking is that is so far above and beyond what a current code would require that if you're gonna go to that length to design your project that way, you ought to get something for it. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I agree that the technology isn't all the way there, that it makes it easy for every project. But I think for people to be incentivized to create new technologies or to try new technologies, they need some payback for that. And, they're taking the risks, so what do they get for that? But once we get there to where the technology, batteries are a lot longer lived or something like that, then we can kind of maybe change it later on.
Obviously, in 2030, we will be back in front of you, and I'm sure we'll all still be here to recommend deleting this one because it'll be a requirement at that point.
Well, yeah, actually, on that, I mean, is there any sort of language in here that if any of these ever became a requirement at a state level or something like that, that they go away as a bonus?
Well, there isn't any language at all yet. Well, you mean in the current system?
Yeah, in the current system.
No. It's, well, I think how it's worded is, well, for example, the alternative energy condition, the way it's worded now, is that you get points for the percentage above by which you exceed state requirements. So if the state requirements go up, then the baseline above which you have to, exceed in order to get points goes up. If it gets to the point where the state requires, zero net energy, then there's no place to go. There's no additional points you could possibly get. So I think it's kind of automatic, really.
Yeah, okay.
So moving on to I'll try to wrap this up here. Almost done. So this is kind of the heart of this proposal. I know it looks kind of complicated, but this table is what we're suggesting. Now the numbers may change a bit. The numbers themselves are not exactly nailed down, but as an illustration, this is an example of what the bonus point table could look like if we have a two-tier system, and this is for residential. How many affordable units you have to provide in order to earn varying amounts of bonus points, and what your unit mix has to be in order to earn those bonus points. So on the left-hand column here, we have increments of 5 points from 5 up to 50. And then across we have how many total, for rental, we have how many total affordable units you'd have to provide, and that's broken down then by very low, low, and moderate. For ownership, it's just moderate. And then over here on the right-hand side, we have how many 2 or more bedrooms, which would include the 3 or more bedrooms that you have to provide in order to earn various bonus points. And that applies to both rental and ownership projects. So, and these numbers, the very low, low, and moderate percentages here are proportional to our RENA percentages. So, as an example, let's suppose you have a residential project that required 30 bonus points. If it's rental, they would have to provide 16% affordable units, of which 3.6 would have to be very low, 5.6 low, 6.8 moderate. So if it was a 200-unit project, 32 of those units would have to be affordable. 7 would be very low, 11 would be low, and 13 would be moderate. That should add up to 32, I hope. If it were an ownership project, then 32% of the units would have to be affordable at the moderate income level. So if it's a 200-unit project, that's 64 units. In both cases, it would have to have 56% 2 or more bedroom units, and of which 11.2% would have to be 3 or more bedroom. Okay, so you'll notice the 2 or more bedroom goes up by 1 percentage point for each 5 bonus points, and the 3 or more bedroom goes up by 0.2% for every 5 bonus points. If you had a project that required 50 points or more than 50 points, say 100 points, they would have to provide, they'd need 50 points from this table, which means 20% affordable units for a rental project, of which 4.5% are very low, 7% are low, 8.5% are moderate. So again, for a 200-unit project, you'd have 40 units, 9 very low, 14 low, and 17 moderate. And for an ownership project, it would be 40% of the units at moderate income level, so that'd be 80 units of a 200-unit project. The 2 or more bedroom unit count would have to be 60% of the total, and of that, 12% of the total would have to be 3 or more bedroom. If a project only needed 50 points, then this is all they'd have to do. If a project needed more than 50 points, then on top of this, they'd also have to provide some community benefits based on the table we just looked at. Now, this is a little more complicated, I think, but this is a kind of a start anyway at looking at how it could work for non-residential projects. If we want to make it a two-tiered system where they have to pay an additional affordable housing impact fee, we could base that on an additional 10 cents per square foot, 20 cents, 30 cents, 40 cents, 50 cents, you know, whatever. You can come up with whatever numbers you want here. But we just plug those numbers in just to see what it would look like. So just as an example, the current fee is $4 a square foot. If you set it at 10 cents per square foot extra per bonus point, is that right? So yeah, so 10 cents times 10 points is $1, right? So $1 plus $4 is $5. The $4 is the base that they all have to pay, and then it would be $1 extra for getting your 10 bonus points. So that would be $5 per square foot for your project. Now, if for a really big project, you know, that has a lot of square footage, that can add up to a lot of money. And using the same, you know, algorithm, if you go down to, if they need 50 bonus points at 10 cents a square, at 10 cents per point per square foot, that's a total of $9 a square foot. That's $4 base that's already required plus $5 more per square foot. Similarly, if you use 20%, then it goes up, you know, to $14. 30 cents goes up to $19. 40 cents goes up to $24 a foot. 50 cents would be $29 a foot. So that's a pretty hefty increase.
So you're asking us which column we like?
Sure.
So based on that, if looking at the matrix that we came up with, or the LexisNexis, what dollar figure did that indicate? Is it still over 29?
Oh, yeah. Wait, yeah. Let me see.
244 for a non-residential, right?
Right. Let me find it here.
For a retail restaurant, and $66.80 for
Right. Let me
RD.
let me say that for the benefit of the audience. The Affordable Housing Nexus study prepared for non-residential projects identified maximum supportable fees ranging from $66.80, that was the low end, for R&D, up to $244.90 per square foot for retail restaurant mix. So $29,
It's pretty low.
well below that.
So what is
But
the
it-
basis for calling it supportable? I mean,
Excuse me?
the maximum supportable fees is supportable how?
Oh, well, I mean, there's a methodology that I can't, there's a methodology that the consultants used to calculate how much various non-residential uses would need to pay to fully pay for the affordable housing demand that they create. So you can't require them to pay a fee that's higher than the affordable housing demand that they create.
Right.
And so the methodology, which frankly I don't completely understand, but the methodology that they used came up with these as the maximum fees to fully pay for all the affordable housing that those uses create.
Okay.
So this is,
I get that.
these are well below those numbers.
Right.
So, I mean, but it's still, you have to think about it in comparison to also to the traffic impact fee and the park impact fee, because these are not the only impact fees. And believe me, our impact fees now are a lot higher than they used to be, and we've had some people kind of freaking out at the front counter under our current fees, when we show them what their fee for their project is going to be.
How do they relate to surrounding cities?
Well, if you recall, when we brought the fees to you for consideration last year, they were pretty equivalent. The total fee burden, we looked at the total fee burden, which includes building permits and everything. With the addition of our development impact fees, we're pretty comparable to other jurisdictions. But we're talking about bonus points here. So, I don't know what's reasonable. Personally, I'm kind of inclined to the 10 cents, but it could be more than that.
Well, I guess as as we did that study, or there was that analysis when we were talking about impact fees and comparing it to other cities, has there been any analysis with regard to these bonus points and at what point we just are de facto downzoning our city because nobody's going to be going for the bonus points? Like, is there? That's, I guess, the question.
Yeah, right.
I don't know. I mean, as far as I know, we're the only city that uses a bonus point system, at least in this area. I'm not familiar with other bonus point systems in the area. I know that Berkeley has some kind of a community benefit requirement for buildings in the downtown area, at least, but from everything I've heard, it's very non-specific. It just says you want to build a big building, you got to provide some community benefits, and then the decision makers get to decide just kind of what's enough,
I think Oakland's working on it too.
Are they?
Yeah.
Okay. But there's a cautionary tale. You're probably familiar with the Gaia building, where they required as a community benefit the vision of a nonprofit bookstore on the ground floor in exchange for additional height, and the building got built, and before it was finished, the bookstore went out of business, and they never got there. Then the community benefit never materialized, but they already had the tall building in place. So you got to be cognizant of that kind of thing.
Instead.
Anyway, just to wrap up,
Charlie, could we
yes.
go back to the slide before this one? Can you explain the ownership versus rental affordable unit percentage? It looks to me like the percentage of ownership might be too high. Is that, or what is the methodology or the thinking behind that?
This is something that I need to have double checked, but basically what we did was to try to using the table that we have that shows what the maximum rent can be that people at these different levels can pay for different size units, and then adjusting that for what we would expect a normal unit mix to be. We calculated what the average, and then comparing that to what the market price of a unit of the same size would be. We calculated the subsidy that each unit would have. So, for example, a moderate income unit has a subsidy of a certain amount. A low income unit has a bigger subsidy, and a very low-income unit has an even bigger subsidy. So calculating what the total subsidy would be for all of these percentages of units across here, I believe roughly equals what the subsidy would be for 40% moderate income units. So I know the numbers don't look like they add up, but this is 20% and this is 40%, but the subsidy for a very low income unit is much higher than the subsidy for a moderate income unit. So the very low and the low get weighted heavier than the moderate does.
I guess maybe I
sense?
was more looking at the ownership side of the affordable units, because it's hard to get any kind of ownership development at all in the city. So,
well, I mean, we would require a condo map, but they wouldn't necessarily have to operate it as condos. But I mean, our base requirement for ownership is 20% already. So we're just starting at that, and then we're bumping it up by 2% for every 5 bonus points.
Yeah.
I mean, we could bump it up by 1% and make it 30% instead of 40.
I just wanted to get the thing.
No, there was definitely some methodology about trying to make sure that the hit, shall we say, to the developer, the financial hit to the developer for this was roughly equivalent to this.
So the 40% is the 20% absolute requirement plus another 20%.
This 40%?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this includes the base 20% requirement. It wouldn't be 60%. No, you wouldn't add the 20% to this. This includes the 20% base requirement.
Sure.
In our
and they have to. The first bonus points always have to come out of this section. They can't.
Well, that's no. I mean, that's staff's proposal. They don't have to. I mean, you could decide to craft it some different way. I mean, you could switch it and say your first 50 points have to come from providing community benefits, and then if you need more than 50, you have to provide additional affordable units. Or you could say all the bonus points have to come from affordable units. Or, or I'm sure there's other permutations too. Yes.
During our joint session, I believe the topic came up regarding, or at least was in the packet, about voluntary inclusionary zoning for ownership, and you could have a certain percentage of units must be ownership or owner occupied for a density bonus. Is this something that has been looked into further?
No, frankly. I mean, it's evolved into what we're showing you here today. The problem about the ownership was that's kind of a tough nut to crack. I mean, one option would be to say it has to be all projects have to be condos, period. Then you don't get any rental, and you don't get the low and the very low income. If you say, well, projects can be ownership or not, as the developer wishes, well, that's where we are now.
Or what if the bonus points are either from affordability or from ownership?
Yeah, but not additional affordability levels. My sense.
No, I'm saying like maybe
either or
some. I mean.
So you wouldn't require a condo map, but you'd say that if they did record a condo map, and
not actually saying condo map. I mean, what we were talking about was actually owner-occupied units.
Well, yeah, that starts with a condo map.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, not just requiring that any development do a condo map, and then even if they're just going to be rental, I'm saying your bonus points could either come from affordability, or they could come from ownership.
It would seem to me that's going back. Let's go back to this.
I like this idea initially, but then as I'm sort of playing it out, I think what we could run into is then a market cycle where condominiums become really popular again, and we end up with a lot of condominium projects that just automatically get bonuses. Yeah,
Well,
right.
and it seems to me that if you say you only get bonus points if you provide an ownership project that at least half the people live in their units,
How do you
you've got to
enforce that?
record a condo map for that, and I believe, well, you'd have to have a homeowners association. The developer, I mean, I suppose the developer could retain ownership of half the units and operate that as rental, so you have a half rental, half ownership project, but that would be kind of an odd situation. I don't think you would have that typically. Basically, what you have is a condo project with an HOA where, you know, no more than half the owners would be allowed to rent their units out,
Well, the condo,
which is kind of what we were proposing.
that Marina condo has less than 50% of the units belonging to individuals, I believe.
The Marina condo? Which
Yeah,
one is that?
the Emery Cove,
Oh, okay.
because it went into bankruptcy and the guy that bought it stopped selling them.
Right. Well, I mean, sure, that can happen.
Well, and Charlie, if I can interject, I think during the joint session, in reading the staff report or the other reports, I can't remember, it stated that ownership does not always give us what we're looking for.
No.
Just having ownership doesn't always get us people
Giving
involved.
condominiums.
Yeah,
Giving condominiums doesn't necessarily
and then
mean
the other
ownership.
problem is families that we're trying to attract to with children really can't qualify for those things. So it was kind of discussed at that meeting and kind of realized that if we do this, we're going to be shooting ourselves in the foot, which is what we're trying to do overall, is attract families with children to go to our schools. And they won't be able to afford to live here because they can't qualify for the housing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just wondering if there's some nuanced solution that provides different options. Because I hear what you're saying, but I think there is also benefit to ownership housing, which we're just not seeing happening.
So are you suggesting that ownership that meets certain criteria should be eligible for bonus points and rental projects would then not be eligible for bonus points?
No.
So rental projects still would be eligible for
Yeah,
bonus
I'm not solving the problem. I'm just throwing some thoughts out.
You know, we're really trying to solve a bunch of different problems here.
Yeah.
But the affordable housing is a big part of what we're trying to solve. And so we're just, and as you know, right now for rental projects, we cannot require in-project affordable units. Just if a project meets the density requirements without requiring any bonus, we can collect our fee, but that's all we can do. Only if they require some kind of discretionary concession from the city, such as a density bonus, only then can we require them to have the in-project affordable units. So and it only seems fair that the more bonus you get, the more affordability you have to provide. So that's kind of where we're coming from here. If I could just wrap up here in the last couple of slides. The question about the ARENA, the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, and whether or not this is going to jeopardize our housing element has come up. The short answer is no, it won't. It's fine. So don't worry about it. But just to kind of quickly walk you through the analysis. In the housing element, there is a table similar to this. This column over here is not in that table, but this column sort of is. Our regional housing needs allocation number, ARENA number for 2014 to 2022 is 1,498, almost 1,500 units. So what the housing element does is it looks at projects that are already in the pipeline, already in the development pipeline. They're either under construction or they're proposed, or they're like the 66 units that you just approved tonight. They're somewhere in our pipeline. They're on our radar. We know about them. That number is 1,837. So that's already above our ARENA. Then the housing element also looks at existing vacant and underutilized sites that could potentially be used for housing. There's a map in the housing element that shows where those sites are, and there's a table that says what the current zoning of them is with regard to the density. And that density is the base density. It's not a bonus density. So they looked at the base density of all of those sites, and they assumed 75% of that base density, not 100% of it, just 75% of it. So if it's 100 units per acre, is the base density, and it's a 1-acre site. They assumed 75 units on that site. No bonus and not even up to the full base. So that equaled 3,468 additional units on top of the 1837 already in the pipeline. So that's a total of 5,300, a little over 5,300 unit potential in the city right now. And if you subtract our RENA number from that number, you see we have a surplus of 3,800 units. So we got plenty of excess capacity to meet our RENA. Now that's currently. We made some adjustments. The RENA is still the same, of course. We adjusted the planned and approved projects table because when the housing element was prepared, they were using the numbers that they had then. Since that time, the numbers have changed a little bit for the projects in the pipeline, so we updated those numbers. So now it's 1,906 units in the pipeline. Dropping the base level, as we are suggesting, we went through every single site in the housing element and looked at what the base level is now and what it would become, and calculated how many units 75% of that new base level would support, and we got 2,253. That's a big drop from 3,468, but it's still plenty. So these two numbers now add up to 4,159, and if you subtract our RENA from that, you get 2,661. So we don't have as big a surplus as we had before, but it's still a huge surplus. We have enough capacity to produce about 245% or 275% of our RENA, almost 3 times our RENA we have the capacity for, even with the lowered base numbers. So we don't believe there is a problem with our RENA or our housing element. So now we come to, after all this discussion, here are the questions that we would like you to answer, as well as whatever other answers you want to give us. Is our summary of the direction we got at the May 2nd joint meeting accurate? Does the Commission concur in our proposals for unit mix, unit size, design guidelines, exceptions, and ownership housing? Should the rental bonus be a 2-tier system, such as 50 points for affordable units and the additional points above that for community benefits, or alternatively a 1-tier system where all the points have to be earned for affordable units, or some other variation? Should the non-residential bonus point system similarly be a 2-tier system, where the first 50 points are for the additional affordable housing fees and additional points for community benefits, or alternatively, it could be what it is today, which is a 1-tier system where all the points come from community benefits? Do you concur in our abbreviated list of community benefits for earning the development bonuses? And are there any other issues that we haven't covered that you think we should cover? And if so, how should we cover them? So that's my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any further questions you may have. Otherwise, you might want to hear from the public.
Well, I guess the only issue I have with this is there's no carrots. Everything is a stick here. And
well, the theory is that the bonus is the carrot. Yeah. You get to build a bigger building.
Oh, yeah. Okay. It's less of a carrot than it used to be.
Well, I mean,
we're making it more of a carrot by reducing the base levels.
Yeah, that's right.
No, that's a bigger stick.
Well, yeah. I mean, no developer is going to do it if it doesn't pencil.
Right.
So if they can't get more of a profit by building a bigger building in exchange for the affordability that we're asking for, then they're not going to do it. I guess we'll find out.
Since we've even lowered the density automatically, they may not do anything at all.
Maybe. We'll see. Any other questions?
So there's no incentive that's been put in place, particularly for ownership housing. If we want that, we have to incentivize people to build it, I think.
Well, we're certainly open to whatever incentives you might think are appropriate. I would suggest before you get into deliberating on this that you hear from the public first. Mm-hmm. But otherwise, I'd be happy to answer any clarifying questions you may have.
I have one. I don't see, or maybe I'm not reading it in these questions. Where is the changing of dropping the minimums? I don't see that as part of a question here.
It's embedded in question 1.
Okay. But what I'd like to have is a question saying, do you agree that we should drop the baseline?
Here's what.
That's also question 6. Any other issues, concerns?
Here's what we had.
Well, I'd like to address that specifically.
Here's what we had. From the May 2nd meeting, should the base levels be lowered? The answer was yes. If you recall, it was Councilmember Donahue who was speaking at this point. He said yes, and nobody else said anything.
Well, this is the problem with that meeting. At that point in the meeting, we got very rushed. I had a whole statement to make at the end of that meeting and never got to make it.
Well,
so I think these answers are rushed, and I'm glad that they were brought back to us. So I'd like to flesh that question out a lot more than we are here.
Yeah, so
that's, like I say, that's question 1, I would say. I mean,
well, I think staff's summary is correct, but I don't think the way we approach those answers
all right, then
are
Commissioner
really
Donaldson is correct. It's question 6.
Okay, well, that is a discussion I'd like to have specifically.
Okay.
Well, here's a question. If we were to endorse all of these staff recommendations here that are before us tonight, when would that reduction in bonuses, like when would that come back to us? Because for me, those numbers are really key.
Mm-hmm. You mean the abbreviated bonus point system?
No. I mean the reduction in the base levels and like where you set the base level, I think is key to this whole discussion.
Exactly. And we brushed on it during the joint meeting, but we never got into the meat of the subject. We never bit into the bone. We just kind of brushed over it.
Okay, that was in the PowerPoint for the joint meeting. If I can try to put that up here.
Well, I think I can't move forward with any of this without setting that baseline as this is what we're going to talk about. Right now, with what was discussed, I can't agree with that until we get into it a lot more seriously.
This is just a study session.
Right.
Well, let me tell you, I mean, the answer to your question is, I'll give you our tentative schedule. Our tentative schedule is to bring this to the City Council for a study session on July 21st. Then to bring it back to the Commission after having heard from you tonight and from hearing from them at that point, to then put together an actual proposal for an ordinance. And there would be a public hearing on that at your August meeting. And then that would be considered by the City Council on September 15th. And final passage would be on October 6th. And that would then take effect on November 6th.
Okay, so my concern right now is we're blessing what we talked about at the joint meeting as the baselines right now, because we don't have it here to discuss before us, and it's not going to come back to us until it's gone to
I can
council.
Put it up here. I can dig it up and put it up. Thank you, Gail.
Well, I mean, I think that's again, it's 10 o'clock at night, and I think that is a conversation that could take an hour. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
This is what happened at the joint meeting is we reached 4 o'clock and Councilmember Donahue kind of ran the show at that point because we were so late in time. And I literally had a whole page of comments to make that I never got to make.
About this?
Yeah, I made a lot of comments about it at the meeting.
Yeah,
and
we tried to.
Yeah.
Well,
I think these are too low. To start off with, I think if we drag everything down to the baseline right off the bat, I think it's too low. I can't get into it because I haven't seen it, beyond to our joint session to really discuss it and think about it. But at first blush, I think it's too low.
So why don't let's I think kind of bring this back to so we can open up the public comments and then we can get back on the discussion.
So just let me say here, this is what we're suggesting. The base levels will be about 50% of the bonus level. So if the base is 50 units per acre, the bonus would be 100 units per acre.
And it used to be, what, 25%?
Well, it's not an exact percent. I mean, it was just, somewhat about 2/3 or so.
This is the problem.
Well, you don't, this is not necessarily an integral part of all of this. The only thought behind dropping the base level was to capture more projects in the bonus system. But the rest of these proposals don't hinge on that.
Right.
You can leave the base level where it is if you want, and we'd still have our proposal for requiring affordable
But therein lies the
units.
problem. We're not having that conversation of what to make those base levels
What?
at. We're assuming what we saw in the draft is what we want to
No,
go
we
with.
are having that conversation. That's what we're doing tonight. That's the point of this study session.
Okay, so we're going to get to it.
We can if you want to.
Yeah.
What's that?
After public comment?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? Okay. Great. Thanks. All right. So at this time, we'll open the public comment. So if anyone would like to speak, please come forward.
Filled out one.
So.
Good evening, and it is evening, isn't it? My name is Lisa Vorderbrugget, and I represent the Building Industry Association of the Bay Area. And I thank you for allowing us to come here tonight and offer some input into your proposed new density program. I would say that, you know, it's good to have stretch goals. We all need to have stretch goals. But I think perhaps this proposal stretches so far that the very housing that you desire to have would be disincentivized and jeopardized by many of the provisions that are contained in this proposal. I spoke with some of our members, some of whom have projects here in Emeryville, and for example, they say that requiring a 60% of the units to be 2 or 3 bedroom in order to qualify for the bonus points that they need will simply be financially infeasible. They'll just walk away from those projects. They'll wait for a better time, perhaps a new makeup of the Planning Commission, a new makeup of the City Council, or when the economy is more favorable to do that. So we would really encourage the Planning Commission and the city to look at some more reasonable numbers that factor reality in terms of what it costs to build a project, what it costs to put it online. And remember that affordable housing, in truth, is subsidized housing. And the subsidization comes from the prices that we all pay for rent and for the price of housing. And as the Legislative Analyst's Office recently noted, and I provided you with a handout, allowing increased densities plays a crucial role in meeting the housing needs of our region. The report notes that it's too often the developers in places like the Bay Area are financially precluded from responding to high land prices, limited available land, and strong demand through these increased densities. A lack of housing drives up home prices and rents, as I've said. It hurts the economy, forces a lot of families to live elsewhere other than Emeryville, as you have all been experiencing here. It's really crucial that Emeryville maintain a feasible path to achieving the densities needed by projects like Sherwin-Williams and some of the others in your pipeline. Otherwise, as Mr. Cardoza said, there's a whole lot of sticks, and the carrot is a little rotten, I think. So I thank you for the time and the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Angelo King, Emeryville resident. I too was at Sacramento the day they were judging redevelopment, and I was screaming at them, "You guys have no idea what you're doing," because I knew exactly what was happening that day, and that was the inability to really subsidize affordable housing. And so I have this on both hands here. I understand what it needs to take, and I always would tell people, as I'd see people enraged about it, to have a more comprehensive conversation, because affordable housing is not free. The wages are not going down, materials not going down, and yet we need this housing. If you did the 2,661 houses, and you did 30%, 15 at 2s and 15 at 3s, you know, you still end up with 800 units of 2s and 3s and families that would go to Anna Yates, that would go to Emeryville Secondary, which my cousin is graduating from. So this is important. This is really important that we don't stop creating housing and not do things that are outside trying to fix things that from a policy standpoint, we all know it's broken in terms of financing affordable housing, and we have to think about different ways we're going to do that. And I think that going about it this way, and also I think that having this issue leave the Planning Commission before you guys are actually settled to go to the elected officials, I think that's backwards. I think that this is the body that's supposed to make a decision along with your staff about sending something credible to the city policymakers once you got it fully baked, not before.
Good evening, Commissioners. Rod Henme again. As an architect who has devoted his career to affordable housing, I passionately support your goal to provide more family-friendly housing. However, I'm here today because I believe some of the regulations that you're considering will work against the goal to increase family housing, and here's why. I surveyed 9 new apartment complexes in Emeryville, and I have an attachment to give to you. The average 3-bedroom apartment costs $3,700. Using a standard proportion of rent to income of 1 to 3, a family needs to be making around $133,000 to afford this rent. Families making this level of income have many choices for their homes. For wealthier families, the critical issues are quality of the schools, safety, and single-family housing stock. I work on affordable housing projects, which are usually defined as serving families making 50 to 60% of the AMI. For Emeryville, this amount is $47,000 to $56,000, solid working-class families. I'm sure we can all agree that a family of 4 making around $50,000 cannot afford a 3-bedroom rent of $3,700 a month. The only way this working-class family can rent an apartment in Emeryville is to be able to qualify for one of the few affordable housing complexes. For working-class families, the #1 issue is affordability. And as Charles mentioned, design guidelines don't address affordability. What is the likely result of trying to legislate family apartments? 1, increasing the average cost of the units and thereby raising rents. For example, requiring a 2- and 3-bedroom apartment minimum ratio will raise the cost per unit of the complex, decrease the number of units, and raise average rents. It will also not necessarily result in families moving in. In fact, anecdotal evidence indicates that students or young professionals, not families, are moving into 3-bedroom units in Emeryville because of the cost. Here are my suggestions. Minimize new compulsory design recommendations or standards, and particularly, I do not think it's a good idea to legislate this unit mix because of the unintended consequences. 2, increase the affordable housing contribution per unit of market rate housing. 3, develop other sources of funding for affordable housing. And 4, work on the issues that will attract wealthier families, such as schools, safety, better single-family housing stock. If you do decide to require a unit mix standard, which sounds like the direction you're going in, I suggest keep this percentage low and exempt senior housing and special needs housing, such as transitional housing for foster use, both of which are almost always all 1-bedroom units. I recently spoke about these issues with Carol Galante, a friend and long-term client who recently stepped down as the Assistant Secretary of HUD, the Federal Department of Housing and Urban Development. I described in general terms the city's approach to regulate family-friendly housing, and she agreed with me that this will not likely be successful in creating family housing in Emeryville. And if you'd like, I'd be happy to try to set up a meeting with her to talk about these issues. Thank you for listening, and here's the handout that indicates the apartment rentals.
Thank you. All right.
Good evening, Commissioners. Alex Waterbury with Lennar and the Sherwin-Williams project. I have a lot I'd like to comment overall about everything that's been discussed tonight. I know we don't have limited time, perhaps maybe a cup of coffee individually or as a group, but I'm going to talk a little bit about my thoughts, our thoughts on the affordability component, which, as Charlie said, kind of makes up the core of the proposal here tonight. Again, a lot to comment on. Try to break it down into 3 things. When we talk about the 60% effectively required for us to hit the 20% on-site inclusionary, which is something that we want to achieve, this is something that we effectively have to do. Commissioner Cardozo, as you said, it really is a stick to us because we've been downzoned. So just to get back to where we were, we need to do this, and we want to provide inclusionary as much as we can. But I can tell you right now, looking at the design guidelines and this mix, it is financially infeasible to do so at 60% 2s and 3s. And whether it's us or other projects, you're sort of throwing the baby out with the bathwater at that point, because you get 100% of nothing when you're really trying to provide for housing for families and ownership housing, which leads to my second point. The 40% moderate scale, I know there's a method to it. There is a reason why we don't see a lot of for sale housing right now in Emeryville, because not a lot of cities have a 20% moderate requirement. And we've talked to Alan Mark, who's owns a unit, a leading for sale advisor in the Bay Area, and he said the same thing. We've talked about going to 40%, which we would need to do to maximize the number of units here, and it is infeasible, and it's not a good idea to try to put that many homeowners at that income scale within a project. It won't happen. So that's another policy issue I think we should talk more about. And then I think lastly, this is something that I think we all share, and as an example for us, if we were to provide 19% of our total project count, unit count, as affordable at the 60% level, or 50 or 40, whatever we agreed to, but not 20, we couldn't even begin to start talking about the other bonus points for the community benefits the way it's proposed right now. So we like to talk about some mixing and matching and ways to get all these other benefits that could come, not just the affordable. So again, like to talk with you at any other time if we can. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Kevin Maw with Lennar, representing the Sherman-Williams project as well. And just to touch on two aspects that Alex didn't get to touch on earlier, when you guys talked about the second tranche of the bonus point system, one recommendation that we'd like you guys to consider is including the significant structures bonus that was previously included in there. As I think many of you guys are aware, there's a high cost to preserving these historical buildings, similar to the one that we have in our Sherman-Williams project. And if that bonus system is not there, that carrot is not there, I think it's going to be very difficult for us and other developers working in other parts of the city on other projects to make that trade-off of, do you want to preserve that structure, or do you need to deploy those dollars to pursue other bonus points, because you need those bonus points now because everything's been downzoned. So that was just one item that we'd like you guys to consider. And then secondarily, on the affordability mix that Charlie had talked about for rental, he had prescriptive kind of percentages of low, moderate, and very low. One thing that we just like to have for discussion is that when we talk to affordable housing developers, they actually would propose a deeper level of affordability than some of the levels that have been included there. So if there's the ability to have that flexibility when looking at those various levels to not be so prescriptive, but have a equal or better than affordability level at those various levels, I think that would be a favorable process as we go through this system. So those are just the two comments that we had. Thank you.
Good evening, Bruce Dorfman. As someone that's developed both rental and for sale product in Emeryville over the past 15 years, I suppose I have a perspective about this. And looking at the proposed structure of the bonuses, specifically as they relate to the affordable housing and the family-friendly or the larger units, I would say that it's going to push you to prospectively the unintended consequence of people aren't going to, or developers aren't going to be looking at the minimum or looking at achieving the bonuses because of the costs of doing so, but actually taking it a step further, they're not even going to hit the minimum levels that you're reducing the FARs or densities to, because the economics aren't there. The economics would be going to the other extreme. So if you want to reduce overall density well below the minimums that you're setting up, you have the potential for doing that by virtue of the fact it's going to be much more economical to be at one extreme, which is very low density, than to be at a moderate density. So it's kind of, we either want to be at high density or you want to be at low density. And being in the middle point is kind of the product that doesn't make sense. The second comment I was going to make related to the May 2nd proposal or discussion related to the reductions in the FAR and density that were discussed, and they were disproportionate relative to the various thresholds, and I think that they should be proportionate. So if you're looking at the higher density areas versus the moderate and the lower density areas, they should all be reduced accordingly. One shouldn't be reduced more than the others, and that's what I saw when I was reviewing that. So I'd like to put that out there for your consideration. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other speakers? All right. With that, we'll close the public comment, and we will bring this back for deliberation.
I'm going to try to see if I can get this PowerPoint on there. I'm having a hard time with this thumb drive, but...
Okay. Want to start, or you want to go last?
Which do you prefer?
He's going to make a presentation here.
I'm going to actually want Charlie to put something on the overhead.
Yeah, hang on a sec.
Foreclosed units in your building, are they bought by investors?
Both, I think.
So you have a high percentage of rentals then?
We do. I don't know what the percentage is.
You had a lot of...
Okay.
While Charlie's doing this, if you'd like...
Higher percentages, yeah.
Chair Moss, I could go ahead and start. I'm going to...
It was ahead of you.
I'm going to read a statement just so I can get everything out that I need to get out. But I just, first of all, want to just start by saying I feel really like this is a study session that can't be completed once again as our joint meeting was. I believe we've opened a can of worms and we just can't get to it within the time frame that we have unless we want to extend the meeting. I just also want to remind all of us that the one thing, and when I had a meeting with the principal of Gensler Architecture that just opened an office in Oakland, and they said Emeryville's main problem is, number one, we're not urban enough. We have too many surface parking lots to be a true city currently. And number two, we don't have a BART station. And right now, with the availability of development sites in Oakland, Oakland has now become a big contender and a big player. And that's why Gensler, which is one of the largest architectural firms in the world, has opened an office there. So those are just two things I think we as a city need to contemplate. Many, many years ago, Emeryville was the hotspot and the place to be. And because as things do in life, our position in the area has changed a little. It's not gotten bad, but we just don't have the site that we used to have, and primarily because public transit is becoming more important and BART stations are very key. So with that, if I can have Charlie put this on the overhead, it will be referred to in the comment. I understand reading is a little bit impersonal, but I really want to try to get these things out. So it's my understanding on this subject that what we're trying to do overall is to attract more families with children to Emeryville. And the good news is that according to our own data, which is shown on this chart, this was in our staff report of our April 23rd meeting. In the last 8 years, Emeryville's household with children having grown by 4.3%. So it would appear that what we're doing is working. Recent data shows that our current regulations and programs are giving us a higher number of family-friendly housing types. And I understand to a limited degree that we can and should do more. But the real hurdle for families now is affordability, and thus I believe at this point our prime objective should be making housing affordable, not making housing more costly to build. Thus, as I stated in our April 23rd Commission meeting, and I'll state it again, my concern is that our Christmas list to Santa Claus is beginning to exceed the size of his sleigh. And by saying that, I mean I'm seeing each of these items that we're considering as adding tens of thousands of dollars to the cost of building each unit, which in turn makes each unit more expensive, not affordable. These opinions are supported by a recent report, which we were just shown again tonight, by the California Legislative Office that clearly states builder costs, including government fees, building codes, and development fees, contribute to making housing more expensive, particularly in California. It's also stated that fees in California are higher than anywhere else in the country. As proposed, if passed, I count the following 6 requirements for each new building project in Emeryville. That 50% of all units in every project has to be 2% or more bedrooms. Each unit of 2 or more bedrooms must conform to family-friendly design guidelines, so it's saying 50% of a project must conform to these more expensive design programs. Larger complexes should be broken into smaller communities around open spaces, driving up the cost for the whole project. All projects must pay $20,000 per door towards an affordable housing fund. And just by tonight's prior approval of the marketplace, those 66 units equal over $3.2 million. Or no, 1.2, I'm sorry.
1.32.
1.32. So it's equal to well over $1 million just in that fee alone. And then along with that, they have to pay our parks fee and our transit fee. We are requiring the creation of affordable for sale units as the first requirement to fulfill before any bonus points can even be earned. So we're already pushing up the cost even before they can look at any more density bonus points. And we'll be lowering the threshold that will trigger the requirement for this bonus point system. So in short, we're basically making the need to use bonus points pretty much required, but making the bonus point system more difficult to use by reducing the items that we would earn the bonus points and making the benefits of a requirement, making this a benefit requirement before a project can even begin. So I'm just seeing layer upon layer upon layer of cost being added to this. And it seems like what we have done, the track record shows that we are being successful. So what I'm proposing is that we take some more time, and I know that council is the biggest push behind this. They really want something put on the books and stuff, but I think, you know, as you do anything in haste, you make a lot of mistakes. I think we need to look at 5 to 7 key components. You know, is it family-friendly housing? Is it 3-bedroom units? Is it making the affordability component the key thing before we do bonuses? Find 5 or 7 things that we really all feel these are really key. These we could add to what we're already doing to make improvements. But I think the list we're creating is way too big, and I think it's going to be complicated, and it's going to backfire because people are just going to sit on empty lots until things change.
Yeah, nothing will happen.
That's pretty much all I have to say for right now.
I mean, the only place that will go ahead will be the public market.
That's correct.
I do worry also that it is going to tie up everything. It's like we want all these things, and yet I don't know how to make it work.
Could I just make one comment? I would note that before recent court decision invalidated inclusionary zoning, we had a requirement for rental housing that it have 9% moderate and 6% very low, I believe it was, in each project. That was a much steeper requirement than what we have now. Our $20,000 per unit or 6.9% low income, which is the alternative that they have now, is not as costly to developers as our previous inclusionary zoning requirement was, under which we produced a lot of below market rate units. And I never heard any real complaints from developers that it cost too much.
And I appreciate that clarification. The point I'm making is that, along with all the other things that we're doing, is causing, and what my
family friendly and the 2 or more.
My concern is that right now we're supposed to make a recommendation to council, which then they're going to talk about and vote on before summer. And I don't believe we've fleshed out all the details that we want to do.
Oh, they're not going to vote before summer.
Well, they're going to, are we? Is so.
They'll come back to us in August.
And at that point, what will we get to be able to do with it? Totally change it if we feel they need to?
You're making a recommendation to the city council, whatever you deem the appropriate recommendation. And that recommendation will be informed by what you say tonight and what the council says at their study session.
Do you have a mix of things?
No, I don't, because I feel we need to take the time to talk about that. I think we need to take every one of these elements, this one on the screen being the first one, talk about it, come to an agreement, this is what I feel we need to do. Then we need to go to the family-friendly component. Then we need to go to the bonus program. And I know tonight we don't have that much time, but I feel like we haven't fleshed out all these details in each one of these bonus points or one of these incentives enough to make a recommendation to council, at least not for myself.
Why don't we get started on it?
Can we go through these now?
Yeah, let's try.
Yeah.
Up to the chair.
Yeah, no, I hope that's what we will do. I mean, if you're, I appreciate your comments. If you, I think as we move along, I mean, if you want to address the questions as best you can, either that or I think then we'll move along.
So would you like to look at the threshold levels that we had from the May 2nd meeting? So
or could you
here they
put the questions up and maybe we could just go through and sort of...
I'd like to see, I'd like to get some more of that.
Well, there was a request to see these charts.
Oh, okay.
I can go back to the questions, but I just wanted to go through these.
Yeah, leave that handy so we can get back to it, but I think for our discussion we should have the questions up.
I will, for sure. But I just want to briefly review this. So this is FAR. The one right here that has 1.0 no bonus, that's just for the Doyle Hollis North area. That's kind of a unique district. This is the eastern residential neighborhoods that currently are 0.5 no bonus. We're suggesting adding the 1.0. So the 0.5 is half of 1.0. Let's see, if you go over to this side, it's currently 4.0 to 6.0. We were suggesting dropping it to 3.0. So again, that's half of the maximum of 6. This one currently is 3.0 to 4.0, so it would drop to 2, which is half of the maximum of 4. This one is currently 2.0 to 3.0. We drop it to 1.5 to 3.0, so that's half of the maximum of 3. This one we didn't quite do that because it's currently 1.6. We could drop the base to 0. And the base is 1.2. We could drop the base to 0.8, but then it would be lower than this one over here, which kind of looked a little bit out of whack, so we just dropped it to 1.0. But if we want to make it half, it could be 0.8. So the cross-hatching, again, is the area that is currently base that would become bonus. For height, let's see. We didn't propose changing the 30 to 55. The 55 to 75 we're suggesting to make 40 to 75. We could make it exactly half, which would be 37.5 to 75, which just seems like sort of an odd number. The 75 to 100 we're suggesting make it 50 to 100, again half. This one is a bit of an anomaly. This actually, there should be a little jaggedy line here to indicate no limit, because this just goes up forever. This is the 100 plus. So right now the base is 100 and the maximum is over 100. So we're suggesting make the base be 75. So then you have this little area between 75 and 100 that would require increments of bonus points. Currently the way it is if you want to go over 100 feet, you got to get 100 points. It's all or nothing. If you go to 99 feet, you need 0 points. Or 100 feet, you need 0 points. If you go to 101 feet now, you need 100 points. So what we're suggesting, drop the base to 75. So between 75 and 100, you could get that in increments from 0 to 100 points. And then above that, it's 100 points. And then this is residential density. So the 20 to 35, we're not suggesting that change. The 50 to 60, we are suggesting drop to 35 to 60. That's a little more than half. The base is a little more than half the maximum, but that was just to match the maximum of the other zone over here. But we could certainly drop it so that it's 30 to 60 to make it exactly half. The 85 to 100 currently, we're suggesting be 50 to 100. The 100 to 135 currently, we're suggesting to drop to just slightly more than half of 135, which is 65 as opposed to 62.5. And then the 115 to 170, we're suggesting make it 80 to 170. We could make it, I guess, 85 to 170 would be half. So basically the idea was to make them all half of the maximum. If you look at the current bonus increments, which are the lighter areas up here, they're not exactly proportional. I mean, this one is bigger than this one, and then they kind of get progressively bigger, so I'm not sure exactly what the proportion is now. So that's what we were proposing. Basically, drop it to roughly half of the maximum. Now, if you want to suggest it should be 2/3 of the maximum, or 3/4 of the maximum, or some other percentage of the maximum, we could do that, or just leave them the way they are. So, but that's what they are. And let me get this back up here. Okay. Do you want to walk through all these questions?
Yeah, I mean, I think we can, as we go through our discussion, I think we can just try to address the questions. You want to?
Yeah, thanks. Can you come back and come?
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
I'll start.
Buzz, you want to go?
Yeah, you know, as I said before, I believe in the carrot rather than the stick. I think we should leave the base approval where it is and not cut it back, and perhaps add higher density bonuses on top to get more affordable units, family-friendly units, whatever, but not cut out what they can do now. That's my general feeling about it.
The only comment I would like to make on that is if we try to steer away from increasing the existing bonus level, because that would imply a larger development potential in the city, which could mean that further environmental review might be needed in order to do this. We're planning on relying on the general plan EIR, but if the development potential of the city exceeds what was assumed in the general plan EIR, then we might have to do further environmental review on it.
You want to go?
Up to you. You want me to go? I've got a lot to say, but I mean, after our joint session, a couple council members came to me and said, so, you know, this is going to be a lot of work. Are you guys up for this? Because we're going to be basically relying on you guys to come up with some guidelines and guidance for us. But we know what we know the task that's being given to us. And it's going to, you know, this is the direction that we're going to be moving. So it's up to us to either give constructive guidance with regard to this, or just kind of, you know, flail and not come up with anything, and then they're going to end up making their decisions without us. And so I want to provide as much guidance as possible to them. And so I'm just going to try to hit these different points. You know, all the projects that we've seen before us, I think the Sherwin-Williams project's the only one that I know of that's really relying on bonuses, and a lot of the others are actually developing, not only not relying on bonuses, but they're developing lower density, lower height projects than they are entitled to. And so the idea that we're going to be, you know, I mean, most of these projects would already be going through regardless, one way or the other. So we're trying to incentivize affordable housing and family-friendly housing, but I don't think we're dramatically reducing the appeal of Emeryville when it comes to development. I mean, I keep seeing these projects come up, and it's like, oh, there's a PUD, it's approved for, you know, 100 feet, but they're going to do 75 feet, or it's entitled to be, you know, 5 stories are going to go with 3. I mean, so we're already seeing that. You know, so I think we need to try to work this out. I think the devil's going to be all in the details. As far as the floor area ratio goes, is it dropping it down so it's 50% of the bonus level? I'm not certain. I mean, 50, 75. I mean, we're trying to incentivize affordable housing and family-friendly housing, but I think it would be valuable to have some kind of study done to sort of see where is there that sweet spot where it's actually going to happen, or you know, if we go to 50, and are we just pretty much never going to get any, you know, are we never going to get any affordable housing, or what's going to happen? So a little bit of, you know, some studies would be valuable. And, you know, with regard to the heights and the, you know, is it 50% there? I think that at least one comment that I have, and that always bothers me, is when heights are given and they're not really accounting for construction. So when you say like a height of 40 feet, a height of 40 feet is generally not going to be a 4-story building. It's often going to be you know, you're going to end up in this weird situation where you're end up doing 3-story buildings when you're really intending to do a 4-story building, especially when a lot of times there'll be like a ground floor minimum height, or if you're trying to get parking in, you end up with like a 12-foot ground floor. You don't want to be incentivizing people to do 8-foot ceilings on upper floors or anything along those lines. So keeping in mind the heights and actually being practical about it. Should a minimum percentage of 2+, 3+ units be required in multifamily? You know, I still feel that it should be, but I don't necessarily feel that if someone goes over that percentage and is building more than 50% 2s and 3s, that those additional 2s and 3s need to be family friendly. I think that we need to provide flexibility and allow for creative alternative approaches to housing, as well as trying to create affordable and family friendly housing. Let's see here. Well, with regard to the floor area ratio, I still have issues with the bumping the, you know, or creating a 1 bonus with a bonus floor area ratio for the RM zone. I think you're going to end up with, you know, 3,000 square foot homes and 3,000 square foot lots, 4,000 square foot homes and 4,000 square foot lots. That's great if, I mean, maybe it'll be 2 homes, but it's just those zones. I mean, if you drive around those zones, walk around those zones, I abut, you know, one of those zones. It's a bunch of little, you know, cottages and craftsmen, and then you see the occasional monster home that is, you know, at that one floor area ratio, and they don't fit into those areas. They you know, they completely put all the other houses adjacent to them in shadows. So I don't think we should be going up to the 1 in the RM zones for the floor area ratio, and if that means lowering the density because the density isn't in balance with the floor area ratio, then I think maybe that's the case. Let's see here. I do agree with most of the reduction or deletions of bonus options. I think it's a good list that we whittled down to. I appreciate the comment regarding the significant structures. I mean, honestly, I went through the bonus point system at one point and just kind of looked at them and thought which ones could just be made, you know, could be indoctrinated in some other manner, and it seemed to me like sustainable design, alternative energy. I thought alternative energy could. I guess I see the point about the zero net energy, but the water efficiency, I mean, all of these could just become part of our code. The energy efficiency, the transportation demand management could be tied to parking reductions. The, you know, family friendly is going to be a requirement. Neighborhood center could be required. You know, public art we could require if we wanted to. Public parking, I don't know if we need more public parking. And then the bike stations, I guess I had a question as to whether or not that actually ever happens, but I guess it does on occasions. Significant structures, I'd like to see an increase in the number of protected structures in the city. And maybe that would be the solution to getting rid of the bonuses for significant structures. Electric vehicles, mechanical equipment concealing. These to me seem like things that could easily be required. Universal design could be required as a percentage. So I think overall it's a good list as far as the deletions, but I would like to see us then figure out how to keep the incentives and the requirements that used to be achieved through bonuses. So it's like how do we codify those now that we're removing those as bonuses. So those are my comments. Thanks.
Chair Moss, could I just respond to a couple of those?
Sure.
Excuse me. On the FAR in the residential neighborhood, I just want to point out that that would be discretionary, and it would have to be based on findings. Most of these projects presumably would come before the Planning Commission for approval. Mm-hmm. And to approve anything over an FAR of 0.5, you'd have to be satisfied that it was, one of the key findings is that it's compatible with the neighborhood, that it fits in, that it complies with our design guidelines and all those other kinds of things. So hopefully you won't be approving big boxes that overshadow their neighbors under this. Obviously, if you don't want to add that, that's fine, but I just want to point out that if you did add it, it wouldn't just give people the right to just willy-nilly go out and maximize their building envelope.
Sure.
They have to come to you for approval. On the significant structures, we will, at some point in the hopefully not too distant future, be bringing you an ordinance to recommend to the City Council for a map and list of significant structures. We currently have a criteria for significant structures, and we have a working map of which ones we think they are. And based on those criteria, we've had a number of projects come before the Commission and Council that involved either demolition or reuse of significant structures that did have to make those findings. But part of our thinking is that you already have to get City Council approval to demolish a significant structure. So that's a pretty good incentive to keep it.
Yeah.
Even regardless of whether or not you get bonus points. So we think there's things in place for that. And with regard to the other things on the list, most of them are already requirements to a certain extent. And the question just is, you'd get bonus points if you go over that base requirement. So electric vehicle charging stations for residential projects, that's already a requirement. Public art, that's already a requirement. A number of these things are already requirements. So if you're happy with the existing requirement, you don't need to give them bonus points for going over those requirements, or you could up the existing requirement if you wanted to. So those are just some observations on those things.
Charlie, I thought we did go through the significant structures in the city, and
I think you did. I think you did quite a while ago. It's kind of been on the back burner for quite a while. We've had a few other things going on, but you never made a decision about it. I think it was, well, no, actually, let me take that back. I believe we brought it to you for a decision, and it was either you or the City Council, one of the two, basically kicked it back.
It was the council.
Okay, I guess it was the council. Okay, maybe you already did approve it. I guess you did. You're right. That was such a long time ago, I can't remember. But yeah, the council kicked it back and told us to go think about it some more. So we've been thinking about it ever since.
Well, I think Commissioner Gunkel's point of having some kind of mechanism to preserve these buildings would be the way to go. As the significant structure, okay, saving a significant structure, but how about you have to?
Yeah.
Right? That's
well,
it.
That's basically what the ordinance says.
Okay.
You have to unless the City Council says you don't have to. Yeah. And there are a number of different scenarios under which the council can approve demolition. One is with a replacement structure, in which case there's all kinds of findings that the replacement structure has to be at least equal in design quality to the structure that's being replaced and all this other kind of stuff. There's some other things about if the site is contaminated or if it's just in the best interest of the public to demolish the building, whatever it may be. But there are a lot of protections built in. And it's for you know, and the new list that we've come up with, the pared down list after the council directed us to, also includes a listing of what it is about each building that makes it significant, so that you know, if you know, maybe you can demolish the backside of it if that's not such a impressive piece, but you can't demolish this part of it over here, and so forth. So it's pretty well thought out, I think.
I mean, I remember seeing the list or a map and asking why it was as limited as it was, and I got that. I heard that at the time there was pressure to keep it pared down, but I'm wondering if that's changing with the new council, and I think there's probably a lot of buildings in this city that could stand to be added to the list that aren't currently on it.
Well, you can obviously debate that when we bring it to you.
Yeah, that's good.
Well, I think that this is a really, really delicate balance and a very complex subject that we have here. And in terms of the questions that are up here, I think that most of the summary of the discussion is pretty accurate, but I think, as Commissioner Keller said, a lot of the discussion was a little bit truncated because we had such limited amount of time. And I do know that I had myself said that I didn't really think that if you met the 2 and 2+ bedroom requirement, that the family-friendly guidelines would have to apply to all the other ones that are not required, because I do think that we need to have some flexibility. And I think I did also mention that there are living situations like senior housing and assisted living kind of situations that call for different kinds of unit designs, and I think we need to keep some of that flexibility and creativity. I do think that we should have a requirement for a certain number of a percentage of the 2 and 3 bedroom units. My fear is a little bit of what Commissioner Gunkel was expressing. Not so much, I'm not afraid that developers will stay away for the next few years, because the cycles go around, and if we have land here, somebody's going to come eventually and get us what we want. I'm more afraid that if we don't craft this correctly, that we're going to get everything built downsized, that we're going to have, instead of an opportunity site that may sit for a few years and then become a great thing, we'll end up with a mediocre half-sized thing that doesn't give us what we want. So that's the main worry that I have about this. I think the idea of possibly having some more financial study information that gives us a little bit better basis to understand those things would be good. Because of that concern I have about getting smaller things just because people can do it by right and don't have to meet the extra bonus requirements, I would tend to say that I think that the base levels should go down a little bit, just in order to it's about finding that balance. And you know, I'm hearing different things from affordable housing advocates and from developers, and I think it's very complicated to get to where we're going. I think that the transition between rental units and ownership units, the condo conversion thing, is a really kind of a minefield area. I don't quite understand how it's going to work with, if somebody is selling part of the units, and how do you keep them from selling more of the units, or, you know, how do you go from 22% moderate affordability to a graduated, you know, or back and forth between those things. I think that that's a really complicated thing that's going to have to be worked out. I think that if we are, I do think that the existing bonus system has a lot of stuff that should be taken out, and I agree with reducing the categories. I think that the categories that you have left are good, but I do also think that the flexible benefit is really important, because there are all kinds of community benefits that could be presented that we might want to consider that we haven't even thought of at this point. Other questions? I think that, yeah, the 2-tier system, looking at, especially things like if we have this system where you go up to 60% affordable units for 50-point bonus, then do you need to have 120% affordable units to get 100% bonus? We need to have some flexibility about how we're working those extra things.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I don't know if you just spread that same number over 100 points instead of over 50 points, but then that means you basically don't have to do as much to get the bonus.
Wait, explain that again. I didn't quite get
well,
that.
When if we're talking about tier, I think that a tiered system makes sense because I don't think it should be entirely based on affordability and multi-bedroom units. I think we should have options for other kinds of benefits. But if if you're saying that 40% affordable housing on a condo development is 50 points, then do you need, if someone says, well, I'm going to do 70% affordable, then how do you figure out those bonus point kind of situation? And if you need to have 60% two bedrooms to have 50 points, you can't really have 120% two bedrooms to get 100 points. So there's some tweaking that needs to go on there.
Yeah, I mean, this goes up in 1% increment for every 5 points. So it would just be another 10% to get to 100 points.
Okay.
So it'd be up to 70%. I get, what I was saying is, if we didn't have a two-tier system, if we just have a one-tier system, and over in this column, instead of it going to 50, it goes to 100, do these numbers all here, do they stay the same? Or do they double? Or, how does that work? It does seem like 40% affordable units and 80% affordable, or whatever it would be, is a stretch.
Yeah.
So it would, but on the other hand, if you make this be 100 points and you leave these numbers the same, then basically you're getting twice as many points for the same benefit. But again, these numbers are just illustrative, so we can try to tweak them until we get them right.
I don't know what the ramifications of these tweaks are.
Somehow I think you have to do an economic analysis, and I don't have the expertise to do it, but you really have to work out what it costs to build a building, what return does the owner want to get on it or nominally get on it, and how much extra can they do to make it still make sense. We don't have any handle on that at all.
And things like the height being tied to actual building
cost,
cost, as well as physical reality of how things are made. So
it just, economic issue has to be studied, and otherwise nothing will happen.
Well, again, I'm not afraid that nothing is going to happen on our opportunity sites for a while, because eventually the housing, it's going to come together eventually. I'm more concerned about people saying, your bonus system is not affordable, we can't build it, so we're going to build something that's just below the limits, and you can't do it, you can't tell us what to do now.
Yeah, no, I agree with you 100%.
That's the alternative,
And that's an unintended consequence.
Which devalues the thing, the fees that come to the city, the tax base the city gets out of it shrinks down too.
Yeah, I'd rather do something. I'd rather have the unintended consequence be no development, which we could later on fix, than have the unintended consequence be bad development.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my point.
Stand too.
So I'm done for the moment.
Oh well, I also stand in that. I am concerned that we're going to get sort of a watered down version of nothing, as opposed to, or a watered down version of something as opposed to nothing, or something we really want. So that with this 50% reduction in baseline, I also in the RM zone, I do not want to increase the FAR in height to 1%. I think that's a in terms of the bonus system being two-tier for residential and non-residential, again, I think that we have to do sort of the analysis of how that plays out in the different ways. It's a little bit beyond me at this point to visualize that. In terms of the bonuses being cut, that makes perfect sense to me, and that they should be encoded into our general plan, and as well as would be moving that off bonuses and more into what we require for our buildings. I think that's an important point, and I guess that's where I'm at. Yep.
So if I can I guess I'll go through the questions real quick. So yeah, I think the summary from the meeting was fine. I think generally the proposals for unit mix and all those things are fine, except I think maybe we should just cap the 2 and 3 bedroom requirement at 50% and not have it slide upwards. Just, if you need a bonus, it's 50%. That's it. In this project, the marketplace parcel C, tonight we saw about 57% 2 and 3 bedroom units. So I think we've seen that mix is possible. But I don't, getting towards 60%, I think is seeming like a lot to me. So I still wouldn't, I wouldn't want to overly burden a project with that. Let's see, should residential bonus system be? Yeah, I think the 2-tier system is good. The only thing I would maybe throw out there is this 50% threshold, and then more than that in tier 2. Is that the right breakdown, or maybe we want the breakdown to be half your bonus has to come from one tier and half your bonus has to come from the other tier? I don't know. Then in any case, we would get, even if you needed a small bonus, we would get a small amount of each benefit. I don't know how that would work out, but that was just a thought that I had. Non-residential system seemed fine to me. Yeah, and the abbreviated list of benefits, I totally agree. I remember having concerns when we went through the planning regulations that there were some that just seemed kind of out there to me. So I agree with that. But I would just say in general, my concern, like Commissioner Keller and some others, I have a lot of concern about the base heights or the base limits and the bonus limits. I think, and FAR aside, because I can't get my head around that one, for the heights, as Commissioner Gunkel said, really need to be tied to construction types and what, reality and what people may want or not want to build. I think that if we want these bonuses, the base levels need to be undesirable. So we need to place them in such a way that it's not a height and not a density that people want to build. Now, the unintended consequence of that is that someone may come along that wants to build it, and so I don't know how you. That's why I say that they need to be at undesirable levels. I don't know if there needs to be a minimum levels as well to counter for unintended consequences. A minimum density, a minimum height, so that we don't have someone that comes along and builds something that's undesirable in areas where we have envisioned more growth and more intensity. So I'm just throwing that out there for thought. Yeah, this whole discussion just makes me really nervous, as I think I've observed with other comments. There's not. I don't see a way to. There's no small failure. You know, it's like a small failure is we come back. You know, there are a few small unintended consequences. We come back and we fix the whole program and the ordinance, and that's a success because we're still getting what we want. I think if this is going to fail, it's going to fail big, and that is what makes me really nervous. I'm not. I think when I read through the staff report, everything makes sense. But I think as Commissioner Cardoza said, we need more economic analysis, because that's where all of this stops for me. Is what and I'm I'm trying to kind of run through that in my head as I'm reading through this, but I just don't have the expertise to provide all of the information that I need. So that's sort of where I am.
Could I give my opinions on the questions? So on the discussion questions, I think the staff's summary of the direction of the Commission Council at the meeting was accurate. I just don't think we were able at that meeting to flesh out all the details of those things. So I still think that it's incomplete. The unit size, mix, design guidelines, and etc. I think that still needs work. I think on a lot of those things we're going a little overboard. I definitely like the direction we're going. And then before I get into any more questions, I really want to say I agree pretty much with the whole commission. I believe with Commissioner Gunkel, he went through everything very succinctly, and I really agreed with what everyone has said. I think the bonus system should definitely be two-tiered. I don't know that the first 50 points should have to come from affordable. I kind of like Chair Moss's suggestion that 50-50 should come from each. Half of their bonus points should come from one level and half should come from the other, and how that works out, I think that gives us a little bit more flexibility, and I think it's going to give us better projects. So I do like that idea. So definitely the system should be two-tiered. I definitely agree. I think we did a good job, or the staff did a good job on reducing our list. I think the bonus point areas that we have are accurate and they're good, and I think it gets rid of a lot of duplications, and I think a lot of the other things should fold into our regular zoning ordinance and codes. So I think we're there. I just want to get on the whole reason that I actually met with Paul Weingartner at Gensler was at the request of, it was at a conversation from Councilmember Donahue and I asking why we can't get better projects and taller projects. So I reached out to Gensler and they agreed to meet with me. And on the height issue, the whole thing is what he was telling me is that developers are going to build up to 75 feet because that's what they can build in a wood structure. Beyond that, they're not going to go any lower than 200 in this economy, especially in the East Bay. So there is no middle ground that a developer can actually feel that a steel building is going to pencil out. So for us, we're basically looking at 75-foot or 7-foot or 7-story structures. And I am very concerned with the downsizing. You know, let's just skip the whole bonus system, and I could totally see Sherman-Williams doing this and just say, you know what, we're going to build the whole project by right. And we're not going to give you the parks. We're not going to give you anything more than is required within the whole plan. And we're just going to build this. And we're going to have to allow them to do that. And we're going to have a very lousy project. And that's a true concern I have. I don't think that's going to be the case with the marketplace because they're a PUD and it might not, you know, Sherman-Williams is our last prime site that we have. So I think as what everyone discussed is scaling down projects and getting something that's really substandard is something I'm very, very concerned about. And I agree, and I actually said it at the joint meeting, is I think 50% of the 2- and 3-bedroom units should meet family-friendly guidelines. If they do beyond that, they should have the flexibility. They should be able to be creative with what kind of spaces they do create. Because families today aren't the nuclear mother, father, and 2 kids as it used to be. It's a lot of single moms. So I think if we can come creative space that makes a space work better for a single mom, let the developers do that. That's their job. I don't think we should tie their hands and say, no, they'll have to follow these particular guidelines. So I think I agree with Commissioner Donaldson on that. And at that, I'll shut up.
Could I ask for just a couple of clarification? You say 50% of 2 and 3 bedrooms should be family friendly. Do you mean that if 50% of units are required to be 2 or more bedroom, then 25% would be required to be family friendly?
No, it's what we have discussed, that if you're doing, if they're required to make 50% of their things of 2 and 3 bedrooms, those have to meet family friendly guidelines.
But if they provide more, they shouldn't have to be.
They shouldn't have to follow that.
Yeah, I agree with
and
that.
I understand the part that Jennifer West is saying, that, you know, we could do this to try to make up for lost time. I don't think that's something we can do at this point. I think we have to move forward with what we can do, because we're going to end up making these things so expensive we get nothing. So we're not only not going to make up for lost time, we're going to get nothing more.
So
we have to cut our losses.
I just want to make one observation about Sherwin-Williams. They also are a PUD.
They're PUD also, yeah.
And they don't get to build just whatever they want. The commission and the city council have to approve whatever design is you know, going to go on that site. So it's going to have to satisfy you, or they're not going to get their entitlements. Just to reassure you.
Through, and through a PUD, I mean, you can create greater density and greater heights in certain areas, and I mean that's the whole the whole idea behind it. So there's still that flexibility.
So, are we done?
Do you feel you have sufficient direction?
I would like to sum up, if I may, and I have to say, despite the fact that I sense a lot of trepidation about all of this, and that it's complicated and it's, you know, hornet's nest, and how can we possibly sort all this out? I heard a lot of consensus, I think, from all of you tonight. It wasn't necessarily what was said at the May 2nd meeting, but I think what I heard is 50% 2 and 3 bedroom and 10% 3 bedroom and more is okay, is good, but we shouldn't require more than that, and not, you know, for bonus or anything. That should just be the base requirement. That more than that number of units of 2 or 3 bedroom units should not necessarily be required to be family friendly. Let's see, what else did I hear?
The one thing I didn't say is I believe the base system should stay the same. And if we do make any changes, 1/3 is the most I could support. But I'd like to see it stay.
Oh, that's
as it
good
is.
to hear.
Yeah, I forgot to mention that.
Good to have a nice number like that. So you're saying 1/3 below the bonus level.
Right, but I'd rather it stay the same.
So in other words, if the bonus level is 100, then the base should be at least 67, for example.
Correct.
But I don't think we have consensus on that.
No.
I've heard varying things about the base level, that maybe it should be dropped, but maybe not as much as we're saying it should be dropped. I hear some.
Well, you were saying it should be dropped more.
I think, well, I could go either way. I'm either all in or I'm folding on this one. I think it should be either kept where it is or dropped way down. Like there's none of this middle ground.
I didn't hear too much about the ownership housing. The guidelines, the unit mix, that all seemed to be okay. I hear support for a 2-tier system. I guess for both residential and non-residential. I heard also.
I like I mean, later on, Sean, others started tossing around the idea that the 2-tiered system might not need to start with the initial 50.
Right, that it's like one from column A and one from column B kind of thing. Half of the bonus points from the affordable housing and the other half from community benefits.
No preference one ahead of the other. All right.
Well, if you went the way that's suggested, that you'd have to do both.
You'd have to do both anyway.
Yeah, I think the affordability needs to be in there.
It's a key factor.
Needs to be.
Yeah, the only question is it all affordable for the first 50 points and then other things, or is it just half affordable for the whole thing?
So I think what I was suggesting, and again, I haven't like fleshed this all out, but like, so for example, if you needed a bonus of 30, then 15 points would have to come from affordable, and 15 would have to come from whatever,
Yeah.
the other column, the ones you get to pick.
That's
what I agree with.
I think it should even be more flexible, that 15 should, if you needed 30, you could do 15 affordable and 15 of something else wonderful, or you could do 30 of affordable, because I think affordable.
But a minimum of
that-
affordability should be 50% of what you do.
Yes, yes.
Oh,
sure.
okay.
Yes.
Well, that's an interesting nuance.
Yeah.
But yeah, that could work.
Because, I mean, I do
like
think that the affordability is the most important one of these things. So I
Yeah.
think that needs to be the priority.
And I heard support for our proposed streamlined list of community benefit categories. Let's see. Any other major? I also heard we need to do some economic analysis of all of this, which
Yes.
is going to be a challenge. I don't disagree, not at all, but it is going to be a challenge to do that and try to meet
The deadlines.
timeline that the council expects.
So I'm thinking the timelines are too fast.
Really? Just had a developer offer to show us his pro forma. That never happens.
Oh, wow. Do we get that on tape?
They must be serious.
They're willing to help.
All right. I think that's pretty good direction. We'll go forward and see where we go from here. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. All right, so with that, I think we just have commissioner comments. Any comments?
We've made too many.
I want to say I'm going to miss you all very much, and that it was with great sadness that I am needing to leave the commission. So it's,
we're very sad too.
For next month?
No, this is my last. I believe this is.
Well,
I mean, I'll come
it's
back.
kind of up to you to say when you wish to resign as of.
Oh, I thought I was sacked as of today.
No. As I indicated, the council will be holding interviews for a replacement on the June 16th and would make the appointment. The other two commissioners who would be appointed to Chair Moss and Vice Chair Tan's seats, whether the incumbents or somebody else, will take office on July 1st. So I would assume your replacement also would take office on July 1st, which would mean you
Might
could
see me again.
You could be here for one more month if
Okay.
you could make your resignation effective June 30th.
I will. I have some travel schedules I have to work out, but I will for sure endeavor to make them around that and have one more meeting. That would be. Yeah.
We have to go to the Wonder Bar.
Okay.
And I'll just express we're equally sad to see you go, and I thank you for your contribution.
Thanks.
All right. With that, we will adjourn the meeting.
6.
I don't know what you need to get out.
Well.